dreams. I push a mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python. Grab what I like real fast, so until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deeper
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's get the cameras going. Let's get the show going. Got my water here ready to go. Hope you guys are ready for this awesome Thanksgiving that's going to be coming up upon us. And I hope everyone have a safe Thanksgiving. Please drive safe, be mindful, and be careful because we do got to share the road and there's a lot of bad drivers. I'm just saying they're starting to flock and traffic is starting to get a little dicey. So be safe out there wherever you're going for this Thanksgiving, and I hope it's a safe one. And let's get the show started. We do got breaking news. We know that two National Guardmen got shot and killed in Washington D.C. today. They were ambushed, I believe. But we got some news. I got a back to back on Benny Johnson, and I think that's where I want to start the show with. So let's go ahead and go right to Benny Johnson. Let's get the show going.
Breaking news out of Washington, D.C., the darkest and worst type of news going into a weekend, that there are going to be two
Hello,
families
Chloe. Hello,
that
Albie.
will
What's
be
up?
missing their relatives on Thanksgiving, who signed up to
Happy
serve their
Thanksgiving.
nation, who were
Thank
deployed
you.
to their nation's capital, and who were gunned down and murdered by a monster who we now have images of, calling an animal that shot two National Guardsmen at point-blank
Crazy.
range directly in the head. Both are critically wounded, two separate hospitals. The animal is now severely wounded, but regardless will pay a very steep price. God bless our National Guard and our military and law enforcement, truly great people, President of the
So
United States,
sad.
and everyone associated with the office of the presidency. I am with you, says President Trump, calling this individual an animal. You can see here now the clearest footage of the aftermath of the shooting, seconds after the shooting, where someone is being apprehended. The suspect is being apprehended, shooter, the killer. You can see the glass shattered on the ground there from one of the bus stops. And you can see the victims also laying on the ground there. You can hear the police sirens. And this is the clearest footage we have yet. Obviously, there's going to be body cam footage as well. You can see the number of officers around as they restrain a suspect. Initially, they had reported that there is no suspect in custody. There is now a suspect in custody. You can see the aftermath there as they tend to the wounded guardsmen who were shot in the head at point blank. And now we have the first images of the potential of the suspect, of the shooter. Here we go. This is the man who opened fire on National Guard just one day before Thanksgiving. He was taken away in handcuffs after being shot, stripped, loaded onto a stretcher before being placed in an ambulance. National Guard members shot near the White House are now in critical condition. You can see here, this is the image of the man taken from a high-rise. Looks like, to me, looks like Middle Eastern descent. But I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to wait. It's like a relatively heavy-set individual. Multiple reports that this is the shooter. And that he is restrained and handcuffed. Again, you can see a beard. Looks very much like, the man looks very much of Middle Eastern descent. I may be wrong. I don't know. That's what it looks like on first glance to me. I'm going to have to wait. There's going to be now press conferences. We're going to learn more. Suspect involved in today's shooting, the possible two members of the National Guard being loaded in the ambulance near the White House. FBI personnel are assisting with the investigation. Shooters and National Guard, please take a moment and pray for these heroes and their families. God bless America and those who defend her. Alleged photo, a new one, of what appears to show the suspected shooter taken in. Authorities have not released details about the suspect's identity or background, Witness descriptions claim that the suspect had a long beard and an Arabic appearance. Again, that's what it looks like. Arabs aren't the only people who have beards, but this certainly seems to match sort of that description and phenotype, right? Arabic appearance, long beard. Witnesses report hearing two separate gunshots, followed by several more near the White House. And then, of course, this is the video. Pray hard, says Tricia McLaughlin from DHS. We are incredibly sad to report to you, according to the governor of West Virginia, that it is his National Guardsmen who have been shot and killed by this monster animal. It is with great sorrow that we can confirm both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. Brave West Virginians lost their lives in service to their country. We are in ongoing contact with federal officials, and the investigation continues. Our entire state grieves with their families and loved ones. The Guard community, West Virginia, will never forget their service and sacrifice. We will demand full accountability for this horrific act. Send this monster to West Virginia for justice. This is sick. 2 National Guard members have lost their lives. They killed them. Killed them. This should enrage every single American. I just heard about the tragic, infuriating news about our 2 National Guard troops ruthlessly attacked our nation's capital and succumbed to their injuries. Vile Democrat violent rhetoric has finally taken its horrific toll. National Guard members have passed away. Say a prayer for their families. They left. They signed up to serve their country over the holidays on Thanksgiving, and they will never see their families again.
So sad. That's a
just
sad.
Days ago, CNN was, just this week, CNN compared National Guard troops to Nazis.
Wow.
Reminds
That's
me
crazy.
of 1930s Germany, creating military units to watch the people.
I think all these people should be
Jim
held accountable
Pritzker
who
said
go
that the
against
deployment of
National
National
Guard
Guard was an
or
attack on the
military.
American people.
Enough is
stop
enough.
elections.
This needs to stop one way or another.
Democrat leaders and activists claim the National Guard was rounding up black people and putting them in camps. Gavin Newsom said National Guards were there so that Trump could become a dictator.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Did the shooter take Newsom's words literally? Alyssa Slotkin, CIA agent
We
asset,
need to hold these politicians accountable.
working as a
They
senator
can just get away with
from Michigan,
saying whatever they want, and then
suggested
not be
days ago
held
the National
accountable.
Guard will start randomly shooting Americans. She
Then
knew this was a
you lose the
lie, and then
structure.
she told our troops to defy orders, the President of the United States. She
Crazy.
told our troops to begin to stop following the chain of command,
That's
along with 6
wild.
other seditious Democrats.
They
When
should
will
be
America
held
say enough? Deadly shooting rocks
and be tried
DC.
and sent to jail. Fuck that. Enough
Oh,
is
it's
enough.
awful.
You know, you were too
You
soft.
can see here the
We need
helicopter
to be more
medevac
strict
The
when it comes
two
to
have died
this type of
from
rhetoric.
there and succumbed to their wounds.
That's so sad.
The National Guard was deployed to DC as part of the crime crackdown.
Those families
Suspect
are crying
shooters in
right now.
custody. This has now marked the site of the
They're
shooting.
crying. They lost their
and
loved
this is
one.
the
They
White
lost
House.
their
So
child.
you can see it is less than a few feet from the actual White House grounds. This begins the White House grounds. This is
And I wanted to
less
go
than
to the
a
White
block
House.
away from the White House.
This
That's how
makes me
close
not
the
wanna
shooting
go.
was. So they're intended to send us a message.
That's wild.
Please pray
It's
for the
disgusting.
families of these men
Disgusting.
right before the Thanksgiving holiday. Oh
Mhm.
my gosh. I have kids, man. These people are such monsters. When will it be enough? They shot Trump in the head. They shot Charlie.
Hey,
They're
Chloe.
electing guys that say they want to shoot Republicans. and
Shit,
kill
happy
them and kill their
Thanksgiving. You
children.
weren't here.
Well, here it
but
is.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And they're calling every National Guardsman a Nazi, Gestapo agent.
This is very sad, you know? Like,
please do not reward these
Thanksgiving
people with
Eve,
power.
you have all
I
these
beg of you.
Democrats
And
running all their
President's
rhetoric, and now I
don't
got
care
2 Natural
Who you are, where you
Guardsmen
come from.
dead
To pray for these families.
because of it. All right, let's go ahead and continue because I still have another Benny Johnson to go.
Dark days in Washington, D.C. on lockdown after a murderous ambush attack against 2 National Guardsmen left them dead, but now there are conflicting reports as to whether the National Guardsmen are in critical condition or deceased. We will show you that as the administration is taking a whole approach to all of this. There was just a press conference that described the horrific attack, an absolute and total ambush shootout that happened targeting the National Guards. Now, this is Washington, D.C. My initial instinct here was that D.C. is so crime-ridden with typical gangland violence and robberies that perhaps it was one of those, and that 2 people just started shooting at each other. Maybe a National Guardsman was caught in the crossfire, or perhaps there was a robbery and things went sideways. You will recall that Joe Biden's granddaughter had her Secret Service exchange gunfire with someone who was trying to rob their vehicle. This was in Georgetown. So my initial instinct was perhaps that was what happened. There was a criminal engagement that was going on. Maybe the National Guardsmen got caught in the crossfire. That is not the case. This, ladies and gentlemen, was a targeted attack on our National Guard, and the suspect is not cooperating, although they are alive, and we now have the first photos of them. Suspect approached the guardsmen, appearing to target them, firing first at one of the guardsmen who was mere feet away in the head. According to 3 law enforcement sources, one source said that the suspect then fired at the other guardsman who tried to get behind a bus stop shelter. The source said the suspect is not cooperating with investigators, had no identification on him at the time of arrest.
I would torture him until he speaks.
That now makes a lot of sense as the clearest footage of the immediate aftermath of the shooting shows the suspect being apprehended and disarmed. And you can see there the bus stop shattered, the glass all over the ground as the 2 National Guardsmen fight for their lives. I want to touch on this very briefly because the governor of Virginia said that the 2 National Guardsmen were indeed killed and succumbed to their wounds after being shot critically in the head. His name is Governor Patrick Morrisey. This is potential good news, maybe, pray. We are now receiving conflicting reports about the conditions of the National Guards member. We'll provide information as we receive more complete information. Our prayers with those brave service members. Okay. So we now have tons of responses from everyone from Trump, who calls the shooter an animal, who says that he's going to pay a very steep price, to the Department of War's response, Pete Hegseth, saying that the response from the Department of War will be a surge of troops into Washington, D.C., not backing down or retreating, but now adding more troops. Have a listen.
Very productive meetings, but I want to start by saying after those meetings, myself and my team were notified that 2 National Guardsmen have been shot in Washington, D.C., critically wounded. The shooter shot in a cowardly, dastardly act targeting the best of America, heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C., serve for people they don't know and they've never met because they love their country and their capital and their community. They were willing to do dangerous things others were not because they love their fellow Americans. Someone decided to turn that into targeting National Guardsmen. That will only stiffen our resolve. We will never back down. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. In fact, this happened just steps away from the White House. It will not stand. And that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army to the National Guard, to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. This will only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful. The drop in crime has been historic. The increase in safety and security has been historic. But if criminals want to conduct things like this, violence against America's best, We will never back down. President Trump will never back down. That's why the American people elected him. America and our warriors, our National Guardsmen, are strong. And so we're following this very closely. We're getting information rapidly. I mentioned the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers. I would ask for prayers for our National Guardsmen.
Excuse me, Mr. P.
Appeals to heaven for our National Guardsmen, for their families, on bended knee as a War Department, as a nation.
Excuse me,
We will never back down.
Excuse
We think about them right now.
Venezuela.
Cash Patel just finished.
He's trying to ask about Venezuela.
Gaggle
After he's
on
talking about
site,
these gunmen
on the ground
being
in
killed,
person
these
from the
National
murder
Guardmen.
scene, saying that
Every
the National
reporter
Guard troops are in critical condition at the hospital, and that this was in fact a targeted attack. Again, saying that the individual who went up and shot these National Guardsmen was intending to murder them, and this is the image of that suspect. It was described
Oh,
on the
fuck is that
ground
fat
as
bitch?
an Arabic man, a man looking of Arabic descent,
No
with
way.
a longer beard that you can see here.
No.
Witness describes the,
He's
claim that
like
the
a
suspect
fat
had a long beard and an
fucking
Arabic
pig.
appearance. This is all we know so far. Here's what Cash Patel had to say.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cash Patel, FBI Director. We're here to brief you on the tragic events that happened today at approximately 2:15 local time in Washington, D.C., where two of our brave members of the National Guard and the Department of War were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence. They were shot. They're in critical condition. As you can see behind me, we have assembled the full force of both the federal and state and local law enforcement agencies to bring bear all of our resources to make sure we find the perpetrators responsible for this heinous act. And make no mistake, they will be brought to justice. Since this is an assault on a federal law enforcement officer, this will be treated at the federal level as an assault on a federal law enforcement officer. The FBI will lead out on that mission with our interagency partners, to include the Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, ATF, DEA, and we're thankful for the mayor's assistance in this matter, the Metropolitan Police Department and their skills in investigating homicides and gun shootings in this city is exceptional. We will work together collaboratively because this is a matter of national security, because this is a matter of pride. President Trump has been informed. We've been in contact with the White House. We will shortchange the American public with no resources to make sure we find and safeguard our nation's capital right here in Washington, D.C., and bring anyone responsible for this heinous act of violence to justice. I would lastly like to add to the American public and the world, please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country. They are here protecting everyday Americans and citizens around the world in our nation's capital. They are the heroes of this day, and we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is what the chief of police also had to say in Washington, D.C., saying that there is one suspect and that this was a targeted shooting.
Fucking asshole, man. What a fucker,
Good
man.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Carroll. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief here at the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th and I Street Northwest when a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm, and discharged it at the National Guard members. The National Guard members, there were other members that were in the area. They were able to, after some back and forth, able to subdue the individual and bring them into custody. Within moments, members of law enforcement in the area were also able to assist and bring that individual into custody. At this time, as the director mentioned, the National Guard members are being treated at a local hospital. DC Fire and EMS responded to the scene to provide first aid for those individuals and transport them to a local hospital. The suspect in this case was also transported for treatment at a local hospital.
We are wanting all available information right now on who this individual is. There was a rapid fire series of questions that were asked of Cash Patel, the DC Mayor, Muriel Bowser, and the DC Police Chief from the press. And we believe that that's worth just playing for you now. so that you can see all available information on what's happening in Washington, D.C. The airport is on lockdown, and the entire area around the White House is on lockdown. We want more information on the shooter. Apparently no identification. Were they a criminal alien? Are they part of the Muslim Brotherhood? President Trump just made a Muslim Brotherhood terrorist organization declaration. What is the updates? What is the updates on the soldiers who were shot? Please pray for them. Please, 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 please pray for them. It is Thanksgiving. Here's the full press conference.
More details on the condition of the two National Guards men and whether or not anyone else was injured. And a quick question follow-up for the FBI director. You said that we'll make sure we find the perpetrators for this act. So just to clarify, the person believed to be responsible is in custody and there are no other suspects.
Sure. So I can start out again. Chief Carroll from MPD. So both the individuals, the guard members, they are in critical condition in a local hospital at this time being treated. At this point, we have no other suspects. We have reviewed video from the area. It appears, like I said, to be a lone gunman that raised a firearm and ambushed these members of the National Guard, and he was quickly taken into custody by other National Guard members and law enforcement members.
Any sense of motive?
No, at this time, obviously, we're very in the preliminary stages of investigation. There's a lot of things, a lot of agents that are here from various federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. We have the full power of the FBI and our federal partners here in the task force. So we're looking at all those different aspects, but we don't have any motive. The National Guardsmen that were shot, I'm told they were armed.
Did they get off shots?
At this time, as part of the preliminary investigation.
Can you explain how the suspect was apprehended?
Sure. So how the suspect was apprehended, as I said, the individual, the suspect came around the corner. He immediately started firing a firearm at the two National Guard members. So at that time, there were other National Guard members that were in the area. They heard the gunfire. They actually were able to intervene and to kind of hold down the suspect after he had been shot on the ground until law enforcement got there within moments.
He was shot by a National Guard.
At this point, we're still investigating exactly who shot the individual. It's not clear at this time.
Were there DC policemen in the area?
We don't know what kind of weapon. There was DC police. It happened right in front of the Metro, although there is no indication that the perpetrator was on the Metro. So there's Metro Transit Police in the area, and obviously being on 17th Street by the White House, Uniform Division of Secret Service were in the immediate area as well.
What kind of weapon the alleged perpetrator used?
We do not know at this time. It's still in investigation.
We're going to be able to take a couple more.
Have you been able to question the suspect, or is his condition so severe that you haven't been able to have a conversation?
Sure. And so as I said, we're very preliminary in the investigation, so we're looking to all aspects of who the individual is, his connections. At this time, he's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
And I would just like to add, the reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We should highlight the fact that the men and women of law enforcement, the interagency, the Department of War, and the National Guard executed their training with great precision today and prevented an even greater tragedy from befalling us. These National Guardsmen are heroes, and we must pray for their safety and their speedy recovery. And as the chief said, we are in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence. This is the power of the U.S. government at its best at the state, local, and federal level. That's why this interagency group is standing behind us to assure America and the world that we will continue to keep D.C. safe. And thankfully, we have Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guardsmen, and federal agents, and the Department of Justice and Attorney General willing to prosecute the mission to keep Americans safe. And President Trump has rightly stated that this heinous act will be investigated. And he has thanked the National Guardsmen and women and the men and women of law enforcement.
He's not doing a good job. I'm sorry, but he's not doing a good job. In my eyes, he's been one of the softest when it comes to the FBI. And their cases, like the FBI, when they say, "Oh, the FBI is going to take over," that's where you got to be like, you shake your head. Like, that's not a good sign. Anytime you get a one of these 3-letter agencies to get involved, all they know how to do is fuck shit up. Oh man, I feel bad for those National Guardmen. They shouldn't have been taking it like that, and they were ambushed. So it's in Washington, and then you have these politicians with their rhetoric and calling like these guardsmen like Nazis and they need to be killed and all this and virtual signaling, and that's what happened. They virtual signaled to a person. He got hyped up. He went and he did the crime. And thank God he's still alive because now he's going to serve the time. And I hope he doesn't serve that much time because I hope they kill his ass. Like, he needs to be like public execution. Like, we don't need to wait years and years and years and years to get this guy like fried or injected. No. The same way, eye for an eye. Oh, you killed these two guardsmen with a weapon? Guess what? You're going to die by being shot by the National Guard. Congratulations, asshole. All right, let's keep it moving. Oh, this is a sad story. Fuck, man. There's a really big emergency going on in Hong Kong this evening. 6 towers are on fire in Hong Kong. There's over 300 people missing. Over 400, like 40 dead so far, and those numbers are expected to climb. Let's take a look at the story. I got a couple of stories on this, and they're pretty short. They're about 4 minutes long. So we're going to go through all 5 of them rapidly.
We begin with some breaking news coming out of Hong Kong, where a massive fire has killed at least 4 people at a high-rise housing complex. The blaze broke out in the city's Tai Po district at the Wong Fuk Court complex, which has 2,000 residential units. Bamboo scaffolding fixed on the outside of the towers fueled the early stages of the fire. Authorities say it's still unknown how many people were trapped in the towers.
Oh my God.
Well, let's cross over to Hong Kong now, where Chan Ronsing joins us. He's a Hong Kong journalist and the chairman of the Hong Kong Journalists Association. Thanks for being with us. Ronsing, the pictures we're seeing of those burning buildings in Hong Kong are horrific. Is anyone still inside those burning towers?
Hi, we are still have unknown on it. We do not know how many people still inside the building. We have not the figures, but it seems that we could see in some WhatsApp dialogues that some people still inside. But now there are 6 buildings on fire, and at least 3 that the whole building are on fire, including the apartments and the bedrooms all on fire. So it's very terrible if there are still numbers of people are inside the building.
Tell us what rescuers are doing to try to determine if anyone is inside and bring them to safety, and how are firefighters coming in their efforts to get the blaze under control?
The fire was about to start at 2:51, according to the fire department said, and the firemen came after 10 minutes, but it seems that they faced huge difficulties. At least 1 fireman died, and another have a serious injured and still rescued in the hospital.
Wow, man!
And now
look at
we
that.
can see only 3
6
pies are used to
on fire.
try to put off the fire, but
Is
it
that
seems
a sign or what?
Meaningful effort on it. And because
That's
these buildings are ready for renovation, we have the bamboo and a net over the whole building, and the fire is going from one net to another net and expanded to the whole 6 buildings.
Oh my God.
Do we know what caused this fire? Are authorities saying how it started?
We don't have the verify the causes, but some escaped from the neighbors escaped from the buildings. They said that some people, the workers which involved in the renovation, they made smoking, and they were easily to see.
Now, this fire is in a densely populated part of Hong Kong. Hong Kong in general is densely populated. What impact is this fire having on the people living near it?
here in Hong Kong. It's around 45 minutes travel time away from Central. It is a new developed town for around 40 years. I live in this community 10 years ago. I watched these 6 buildings for around 20 years. But you know that the buildings in Hong Kong are many of them are in old age, and so we need some renovation, and it is commonly used some natural building. So it's really make people think so concerned about the safety, because suppose this kind of the net, so we have a frame avoiding, but it seems that the net they used it having this kind of function is not, it doesn't work. So it's terrible.
Ronson, thank you very much for the control soon. Journalist Ronson Chen, Ron Singh in Hong Kong.
All right, let's keep it moving because we got more to watch on this story.
A fire of almost unbelievable
That
proportions.
is so crazy.
One that looks likely to be Hong Kong's deadliest for
that's not
decades.
good.
Each one of these towers is 31 stories high. Behind the glowing facades and flame-filled windows, almost 5,000 people call this complex home. The late Hong Kong night sky turned orange and red. The street below, flashing red and blue. More than 700 firefighters tasked with tackling the flames, including crews sent over from mainland China.
Debris and scaffolding of the affected buildings are falling down, so pose additional danger to our frontline personnel. Besides, the temperature inside the buildings concerned are very high. So it's difficult for us to enter the building.
The 40-year-old block renovation at the risk of fires in old and tall buildings in Hong Kong. 1,000 urgent inspections were carried out after another deadly fire last year. They were targeting buildings aged 38 years or older. It's not clear if this estate was one. Hong Kong has been under a red fire danger warning due to extreme hot and dry conditions. The cause of fire is still the local government website shows the complex had been ordered to improve fire safety in 2020. It appears these works with bamboo scaffolding were in part in response to that, to reduce the risk of fires. Instead, there are now multiple dead and potentially thousands left without homes. Sam Holder, ITV News.
All right, so we're gonna keep it moving, okay? So let's wrap this one up and let's keep it moving.
We have some breaking news to report at this time, as at least 13 people were killed after a fire ripped through several high-rise residential buildings in Hong Kong. We have live images coming into our studio right now. Take a look at this. The firefighters, they're working to put out those flames. They have been burning for hours now. The Associated Press saying this, that 9 people were declared dead at the scene. 4 others were sent to the hospital and then later confirmed dead. At least 15 others were injured, and around 700 people have been evacuated to temporary shelters. The raging fire sent up a column of flames and thick smoke as it spread quickly on bamboo scaffolding, and construction netting that had been set up around the exterior of the housing complex in this district. Records show the housing complex consisted of 8 blocks with almost 2,000 apartments housing about 4,800 people. These are the live images right now, but we do have some video from earlier today where you can see the devastation as it all unfolded. Take a look at that. All
That's
of the fire and those
crazy. Look at
flames
the
just
fire.
completely gutting through several of those apartment complexes. Now, videos from the
What a
scene
stupid. Whoever
showing
put those
multiple
scaffold
buildings
things up
close to each
there
other
with
set ablaze
bamboo,
with bright flames
that's
and
criminal.
smoke shooting out of many of the apartment's windows as the night fell. Authorities said hundreds of firefighters, police officers, and paramedics were deployed, and video showed firefighters aiming water at the intense flames from high up on ladder trucks. The blaze started mid-afternoon, and after nightfall, authorities upgraded it to a level 5 alarm, the highest level of severity, according to the Fire Services Department. The fire was still raging late into the night, and authorities said conditions remained very challenging for firefighters. Now, it is not immediately known what caused the fire. Officials said the fire started at the external scaffolding of one of the buildings and later spread to inside of the building and also to nearby blocks, likely aided by winded conditions. The department said it received numerous calls requesting assistance, and some residents remain trapped as of Wednesday night local time. So still at this hour. But take a look at that. That footage coming in from Tommy Hui via Storyful. And you can really see just how devastating that was earlier on today. But that fire, as we have been mentioning, still continuing to burn at this time. We're taking you back out to the live images. Several of those apartment complexes from inside of the building you can see are still bright orange with those flames continuing on in there. Firefighters deployed about 128 fire trucks and 57 ambulances to the scene. The dead included one firefighter, and another was being
China, we
treated for heat
expect.
exhaustion, according to the Fire Services Department director.
Problem. Yep.
District
And
officials
look,
there in
the whole
Taipo
6
have
buildings
opened
on
temporary
fire.
shelters for people left homeless by the fire. Taipo is a suburban area in the New Territories in the northern
so
part of Hong
horrible.
Kong.
I didn't. It's
And
like
it is near the border with the mainland Chinese city of Shenzhen. Bamboo scaffolding is a common sight in Hong Kong at building construction and renovation projects, though the government said earlier this year that it would start phasing out some of that scaffolding for public projects because of safety concerns. So we just wanted to showcase this breaking news and a developing story that we are following very closely, as still the live images coming out of Hong Kong show that the fire is still burning bright as it engulfed several high-rise residential buildings. At last check, at least 13 people were killed. Several hundred others have been evacuated to temporary shelters. At least 15 people have been injured.
There's a lot more than that. Let's keep it moving, Rick. We got a lot more to watch.
At least 3 dozen are dead after a fire tore through a Hong Kong high-rise complex. 7 of 8 buildings are still burning this evening, with many elderly residents trapped. Ivan Rodriguez reports on firefighters' rescue efforts.
Wednesday afternoon in Hong Kong, a raging fire sent up a column of flames and thick smoke as it spread through bamboo scaffolding and construction netting that was set up around the outside of a housing complex consisting of multiple high-rise apartment buildings. Hong Kong fire officials issued a message for those trapped in their homes.
The best thing to do now is to close all the doors and windows, seal them up with tape and wet napkins. Call us and tell us your unit number and the amount of people inside your apartment, and we will be in touch as soon as possible.
The public housing estate, consisting of 8 high-rise towers and nearly 2,000 apartments, is home to more than 4,000 people. About 36% of residents are 65 or older, according to government-sourced data. One evacuated resident told CNN no fire alarms went off in her home. UK-based independent fire and emergency planning consultant Stephen McKenzie says the fire spreading blocks is due in part to the use of bamboo scaffolding, an ancient construction technique that dates back to the Han Dynasty and is still widely used in the city.
ultimately it's combustible. Therefore, when you get a fully developed fire, it will lose its integrity. The fire load as it spreads up to the building will adhere to the building, be drawn into the building using a chimney effect.
Residents and bystanders watched in horror as the fire raged into the night. It's the deadliest blaze in Hong Kong in nearly 3 decades. For CBS 19, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
All right, let's keep it moving. We got another one on this.
Hong Kong police have arrested 3 men after a massive fire engulfed multiple
3 men
high-rise
have been
apartment
arrested.
towers, leaving at least 40 people dead. Emergency services are scrambling to find 279 people unaccounted for in the densely populated area. The fire at the Wang Fuk Court housing complex in Hong Kong's Tai Po district started shortly before 3 p.m. local time. Officials say the fire started on the external scaffolding of one of the 21-storey buildings before taking hold inside and then spreading to nearby buildings, likely aided by windy conditions.
Oh my God. Oh my God, this is crazy.
That is wild.
7
Look
of
at
the
that
8 towers in
image.
the apartment complex caught alight. 4,800 residents live there. About 700 people have been evacuated to temporary shelters. More than 800 firefighters are at the scene trying to tackle the blaze. At least 1 firefighter has been killed. Authorities say fire in 4 of the residential buildings is now under control. A resident of one of the apartment towers described the panic when the fire broke out.
I am devastated. There are so many neighbors and friends. I do not know what is going on anymore. All the apartments are just burning. I do not know what to do. I know some are still inside the building. Why is there no one saving them? Are we waiting for them? How should we deal with this? I know someone who has young children and elderly in their family. I called
my
him and he
God.
said he
There are a
was still
lot of
trapped
people
inside
dead.
the building.
Easily
Hong
over
Kong
300
police have
people,
arrested 3
400
men on
people dead
suspicion
in
of
this.
manslaughter, with further details to be released throughout the day ahead. The leader of Hong Kong, Zhong Li, offered his full support to residents and families affected.
I don't know why they didn't evacuate all the
I take
buildings.
this incident with the utmost seriousness. I have instructed all government departments and units to make every effort on multiple fronts. Our top priority is to extinguish the fire and rescue the trapped residents. The second is to treat the injured, and the third is to provide follow-up support. Afterward, we will conduct a thorough investigation.
And flexible, but it's flammable, as is the green mesh netting used with it.
Wow. Like, there's a lot of people in those buildings, and I don't think they were able to get evacuated soon enough to get them out. They might not be with us. That's so sickening. And of course, Hong Kong, and we already know how their construction practices over there are very lenient. And how you have these high rises erupt in flames and not get these people evacuated out. Like that's I don't even want to even start that conversation. Just gonna give me a headache. Let's go and watch this. What is this about? Let's check it out. I do have 2 paranormal videos tonight, Terry. If you want to let Kayla know, I got 2 of them for tonight, and they're gonna be 2 pretty good ones. And then we can watch this together. Give me 1 sec. Let me do some rearranging here. All right. I guess that's enough of that. That is so... Oh, no. There's drone footage. No. Okay, let's go ahead and close this out. Give me 1 second. I got... Here we go. Yes, you can come back and watch it.
That's it, bro. That's it. All this
Why are these people out here like this? Like this needs to stop with these fucking people interfering. Like this is bullshit. Like all these people should be arrested. Everybody that's there that's blocking should be all arrested for interference. And you see how this shit will stop. You gotta put your foot down sometimes with these people. You know, because they don't know the easy way. They don't know how you tell them, and they have to disperse. They need to disperse, but if they don't listen, arrest their motherfucking ass and throw their asses in jail. You hear this? Go home, Nazi. You hear this shit? Oh, the whistles. This is bullshit, man. Even the black guys like, what the fuck? That's bullshit, man. All these people should be arrested. Every single one of them. I don't care what age you are. I don't care where you're from. All you guys should be arrested. Chanting like they're arresting WWE live event, right? This is so stupid. All these people should be like, there should be a data collection, and with the data collection, send them all a $500 bill for interference. And they have a court date, and they have to show up at court. And if they don't show up at court, they will be ordered a warrant for their arrest. That's how you solve this shit. You threaten them with a $500 fine and a court date, I guarantee you, these motherfuckers won't show up like this. This bullshit. And it doesn't even make any sense. That's how you know these people are fucking ignorant. Ignorant people. They're the fucking idiots, man. Idiots. This is what the Democrats do. This is all Democrats. Democrat-led. And these idiots, these are all like fall guys. These are idiots. You think the Democrat Party care about these people? You think they care about these protesters? They're using them. They're being used. They're pawns. They have no play in the game. You're stupid, man. It doesn't. It's the party of like the opposite, right? They're the party of hypocrites. You know, who's the ones that are more favorable? You know, this is crazy, man.
I don't recognize weapons. I don't recognize weapons. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
What the fuck? Oh my god, don't touch him! Don't touch him! Don't touch him! Bitch, I'll arrest you. These people are fucking idiots, man. You see, this is interference. Well, how are they? No, you're touching me, and you're standing right in front of him, and you're pushing, and you're pointing, and you think you have like you're important. You think you're important? These people are fucking idiots, man. But this is Chicago. Have fun. Like freedom to protest. You hear this shit? They need to change that. I mean, you should not have freedom to protest because the last time I checked, I thought you needed to go and get a permit to protest freely. And you have to have a location and a time and proper security for your protest. That's the right way you're supposed to do it. You're not just supposed to run the streets and act a fool and say, yeah, I'm protesting, I'm protecting, I'm protesting. No. You're supposed to get a permit from City Hall. Come on. Oh, man. I'm telling you, I'm rooting for that asteroid 3i Atlas to do a U-turn and come directly towards Earth and put all these motherfuckers in their place. Listen to them. But then you arrest them, and then they start crying. Oh my God, you touched me. Oh my God, look, you're arresting me. Yeah, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Okay. Well, it doesn't look like that because they keep moving on. Exactly. And that's
You know, they act all tough, and then when they are faced with being reprimanded, then they start crying like little bitches. You know, they act all tough until they got those little nice little cuffs behind, instead of behind them, and then they start crying. Oh my God, I'm being assaulted. I'm being kidnapped.
Trying to take away the Constitution. These guys are trying to take away the Constitution. They don't have enough.
These motherfuckers don't even know what the Constitution is. They don't even know. I guarantee you, the guy that's putting the book doesn't even know shit about the Constitution. Listen to this. Who invented the KKK? If you want to bring up KKK, listen, shut the fuck up. I'm getting tired of these motherfuckers. Who invented the KKK? It wasn't the Republicans. That I know 1,000%. It was the Democrats. Oh, but we all forget. We forget our history because all these motherfuckers in Chicago failed history. They don't know what the fuck they're chanting. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. These people are being posted up here and probably getting paid to be the roadblock for ICE for doing their operations and getting criminals that are like out of the neighborhoods, sending them like to jail. Like they're getting the worst of the worst, and you're out here playing defense for the criminals. Are you got like what? I died and I came back to life. And what the fuck is going on? Like I am so disappointed. When I die again, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna try everything in my might in my afterlife to blow the fuck out of this planet. I'm gonna blow this planet up. Like I'm gonna send the biggest asteroid that I can find nearby and just send it right to Earth and just blow it up. Because humanity does not deserve Earth. We don't deserve to live here. We don't deserve to be alive, especially acting like fools, like the ones who were watching right here in Chicago.
They're all the same. Put your little sticks away. Put them away. You don't need them. You don't need your sticks. We ain't going. Put your sticks away.
Right, Terry? Democrats during the Civil War.
Don't touch her. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, other side. Okay, guys, listen up. Okay, you guys, y'all St. Paul police need to be in communication with their team. Yeah, don't touch me. Wait, you guys, wait. We're in talks to the family. You guys, shut up. We're in our main priority is one, to keep the family safe and keep each other safe. It doesn't help us to get sprayed, to get beaten down, and we'll take it. But this is gonna be more of this. Okay? So right now, we're gonna walk. We're gonna walk. Hey, listen, the family is safe. It's not taken.
Right.
The entire family is not taken.
Oh, they're gonna turn against this lady real quick.
The guy who has a warrant for his arrest is cooperating, so you guys need to leave it alone. Okay. We told him not to sign anything. We're in talks with him.
He has a warrant for his arrest. And these people are acting crazy.
But you guys,
Like, what's going on?
in order to keep the family safe, he has decided to go ahead and get arrested.
Good job.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So please don't this up. There are minors in there. There's a pregnant woman in there. Do not play the fucking hero. These guys are not heroes. The only thing we need to do is protect this family. Those children that are in there and that pregnant mama. So keep your emotions in check.
She needs to keep her emotions in check too.
Why are they going to do anything to that family? It's just one person they got a warrant for.
What?
They only got a warrant for one person. Why the hell are they going to do anything to the other family members?
Yeah, they're like, I literally just said they're only arresting one guy. I just said. I just said.
I don't want you to be trapped. Here, close the guy next to me.
Like, these people are stupid. Like, why did they get an alert? Like, Karen's assembled.
They got 3 people. They got 3 people.
They got 3 people.
They said only one. They got 3 people. They said only one.
Yeah, the 3 people. They said only one. 3. No, they got the children too. They got the children and the pregnant baby. The baby. They put a handcuff in the baby too. They took a while. They took a long time because they had to put the hand into the vagina to put the handcuff on the baby.
United will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people.
Wow, they've been practicing their cheer. I wish they had the same energy when it came to paying their taxes and going to work and being like good citizens. Nope.
You can't wait to be somebody dead for the Shame on you.
Hey, Caleb. What is going on here? I am so confused. What is going on? The guy had a warrant for his arrest. Like, what's going on here? And they still screaming this KKK shit. Like, what is going on here? Like, do they have an app? Like, a Karen alert. Press the button if you see an ICE agent and we will come in numbers. All our phones will activate the Karens to come to the front lines and protect our criminal illegal immigrants. What is going on here? What the hell is wrong with these people? Look at this shit. You hear these people? Like, where the accountability is going to start to play in? When are we going to start holding these people accountable? Like, how is that normal? How is that normal? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Hey, there's other. Let me see. There's another one here. Let's see. I want to see this one because it's pretty much a different angle.
Oh my God.
Look at this spraying.
Jesus.
Like, all these people are like, what's going on with this guy? Like, why are you protecting? He got sprayed good. Like who is this guy right here? Who is this guy? Like what is his story? Because he doesn't really look I don't know. I could say he's homeless. I mean, I don't know. He looks pretty ragged. He has a jacket that's probably 3 times bigger than he is. So, and you could tell by the arms, and you could tell by his slender body because he's very skinny, and this jacket is way too big for him. You know, I'm just calling it how I'm see it. This guy, who knows what his story is, and why is he allowed to play interference? Like, there should be a law, you know, and this guy should be arrested. Like, we won't arrest you right now, but we will come and arrest you at your house because we got your face. We know what you look like. We know who you are, and we'll come after you and we'll arrest you and throw you out in jail. How about that, you little clown? But let's continue watching. Here, let's make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see.
To Chinese officers here deployed chemical irritants. Two of the
Chemical
protesters that are right
irritant.
here. We
This
know
guy
at
right
least one
here, I'm a
person
Karen,
has been
and I'm going to
arrested.
report this right now.
We're hearing
This
that
man
another
who
second
sprayed.
person was arrested. However, I did not personally see that, so I'm working
I
to
didn't see
confirm
it,
that
but I
with
heard it,
officials.
so I'm going to report on it. Oh, it was such toxic chemical that he's still standing there. So how I don't understand their narrative.
What do you mean? You think you deserve to not be other people's
This guy's an idiot.
Look at yourself. I've actually
This guy's an idiot. A jacket that's 3 times bigger than he is. Oh God, let's see. I'm just hanging out, looking at these punk bitches, bitch and whine and complain. Oh, you have a bad migraine? I've been dealing with those. I can't be in bright lights. My lights always have to be like dim. I'm sensitive to light.
Anybody got more water?
What's the definition of violence? What's the definition of interference? What's the definition of interference? If you wasn't here, I wouldn't have sprayed you. Okay, so there you go. Your narrative. I would have sprayed his ass again.
I can see now. Yeah.
Spray him again.
Thank you for showing your pride. Thank you for showing what you value.
Thank you for showing.
People from the neighborhood.
Find the victim. There you go. Victim card. There you go. Racism. There you go. Throw all the dog whistles. They got the whistles. Throw the dog whistles.
Someone who loves their neighbor. We are here because we love our neighbor.
And cheering.
We're not getting paid. We're not getting paid.
He's like cheerleaders.
When we talk to our kids tonight, what's the
This
highlight
guy's
of our
an
day?
idiot.
We got tear gas for justice. We got tear gas for doing what was
This
right.
guy's
We got
stupid.
tear gas for standing up for our neighbors.
Oh Lord.
We're gonna keep doing it.
Dude, is this a cheer or something? We're supposed to like. Yeah, I have to be in the dark like that, Kayla. I'm the same way. Like my eyes are very sensitive to the lights. those people in Chicago are fucking idiots. Like, they run interference, right? They're blocking the way. They're out there screaming at the police, and then they get sprayed, and they want to play the victim. Oh, why you did that to me? I'm the Karen crying bitch. And then he wants to be the Braveheart. He wants to be Braveheart. He wants to be the leader and get on the face of the bad guys. Bitch, if you would have been home, like, with your family, getting ready for Thanksgiving, instead of interference, you wouldn't have not gotten sprayed. You wouldn't have not been caught up in that mess. But, that was your decision, and you got the consequences of your decision. And I'm pretty sure in the future you're gonna probably get a knock on the door from, I don't know, maybe some agents. Maybe you're gonna have to answer some questions. Hey, you're gonna have to be held accountable. That's how the game's gonna have to be played from now on. The word of it's gonna be accountability. Like Pee-wee Playhouse, remember that? They had the word of the day. So this is going to be the word for the next probably 4 to 8 years. Is going to be accountability. Yeah, they need to be held accountable. All right, let's keep it moving because we got some more to watch here.
And with us now to discuss the new designation is Kyle Scheidler, Director and Senior Analyst for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism at the Center for Security Policy. Kyle, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on. What does this designation mean for Americans?
Well, if the Trump administration does, in fact, move forward with designating the Muslim Brotherhood, it will be the biggest blow ever suffered since the global war on terrorism began after the 9/11 attacks. The Muslim Brotherhood is absolutely the font of jihadist terrorism. Muslim Brothers have played a key role in forming every Islamic jihadist terror group that the United States has ever confronted. So this is really getting at the very root of the problem.
How would you describe the Muslim Brotherhood and how it came about?
Well, it was founded in the 1920s in Egypt in a response to the abolition of the caliphate in Turkey during that time. The caliphate was, at the time, the sort of theo-political center of Islam, both politically and religiously. And with its abolition, the future of the Islamic movement was unsettled. And so Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, created the Muslim Brotherhood as a sort of secret society with the objective of reestablishing the caliphate, reestablishing Islam, not just as a religion, but as a form of governance for both the Middle East and eventually the whole world.
So this is going to be, if the designation comes to be, we're talking about a foreign terrorist organization. Is this something that's going to allow the Trump administration to handle certain things overseas, or are we saying this could potentially prevent terrorist attacks here in the United States?
Well, it could have dramatic effects both internationally and domestically. The Muslim Brotherhood operates in almost every country in the world. In some places, they operate above ground, acting as political parties. In other places, they operate underground as essentially terrorist organizations. For example, in the Palestinian territories, where Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood representative for that area. Even here in the United States, we have Muslim Brotherhood organizations. Your reporter mentioned CARE. It's one of those organizations that's been operating in the United States for a very long time. The U.S. government knows that there are U.S. Muslim Brotherhood organizations. They know that those organizations engage in supporting acts of terrorism. You can go all the way back to the Holy Land Foundation trial in 2008 to see that the federal government had an extensive understanding of the U.S. Muslim Brotherhood and its role in supporting terrorism. So if they should choose to move forward with this, there will be investigative threads that they can pull on to target the Muslim Brotherhood both internationally and domestically.
I want to get to CARE, who are operating here in just a moment. I know Texas designated them as a foreign terrorist organization just last week. But if this designation, again, were to come to pass, are we likely to see the kind of military strikes or similar activity we've been seeing recently in South America with the strikes on the drug boats?
Well, we do not know exactly what form a designation will take if the Trump administration does move forward with this. There are a number of Muslim Brotherhood entities that could be designated. They may go for the International Muslim Brotherhood. That's the structure that controls and cooperates between all the various chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood internationally. They may target specific known Muslim Brotherhood chapters in one country or another. In either case, it's unlikely that this will result in military action. Much more likely, we're going to see sanctions against specific individuals and organizations, potentially shuttering those organizations or seizing funds. But this should be seen much more as a structural and an investigative act than a military act. In most of the places where the Muslim Brotherhood is operating, you have U.S. allies in some level of authority. So it's unlikely that we're going to launch military strikes anywhere. This is all about targeting the money, targeting the organization.
Kyle, we discussed a little bit on CARE. If I'm not mistaken, you said this was a branch or part of the Muslim Brotherhood that operates above on the surface. It stands for the Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, C-A-I-R. And just last week, as I said, the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, took action against them, designated them a foreign terrorist organization. What is he accusing CAIR of doing?
Well, the Council on American Islamic Relations was founded in the early 1990s to serve as a public relations arm of Hamas. The FBI was actually listening in on wiretaps at a meeting in Philadelphia where CAIR was discussed and ultimately created by what's called the Palestine Committee of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States. The Palestine Committee being the Muslim Brotherhood structure responsible for supporting Hamas. So they had a meeting in Philadelphia where they discussed how best to support Hamas and its political goals. And one of the things that they determined was that they needed a media arm that would help and assist them with public relations and lobbying and other things on behalf of Hamas. And ultimately, the organization that was created out of that effort was the Council on American Islamic Relations. Numerous individuals associated with CAIR have been charged with crimes, including crimes of terrorism. In the past, CAIR has been investigated for a number of issues, including legal fraud, for having individuals on staff who were not, in fact, attorneys. So they have engaged in a long history of bad behavior, and it's finally catching up to them.
Kyle, got about 30 seconds. Would there likely be legal or political challenges to the Trump administration's designation?
You can count on it. There's been a long pushback politically against designating the Muslim Brotherhood. There were attempts to designate them in the first Trump administration, and there was a great deal of bureaucratic resistance. But I think the president is hearing his base here. The conservative base has been calling for a designation of the Muslim Brotherhood for some time. We can expect a number of Brotherhood organizations will challenge this in court. But as I said, I mean, there are documented federal government documents showing the connection between these groups and the Muslim Brotherhood. So the evidence is there to make the case. It will stand up in court. They just have to be willing to face that in court. But yes, I would actually absolutely anticipate a legal challenge.
Important information. Kyle Scheidler, appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep moving.
Covering the truth. Boston 25 News investigates.
Massachusetts is on track to get its first hyperscale data center. The massive centers house computer servers that support everything from social media apps to your uploaded photos to websites for major corporations and government agencies. But 25 Investigates found there's concern about how these centers could impact your power bills.
Back here, you have 4 diesel engines.
Living next to a data center isn't easy, Jake Fortes tells me, as we walked through Lowell's Sacred Heart neighborhood.
It's constant sleepless nights because of the noise. It has been nonstop noise, construction, pollution.
Jake started Honest Future for Lowell, a grassroots coalition fighting community impacts of the Markley Data Center. The Markley Group tells 25 Investigates its Lowell facility is a co-location data center, quote, Today, the Markley Group quietly ensures that hundreds of government agencies, universities, hospitals, and local businesses can operate without interruption. Organizations that provide the vital services our families, neighbors, and communities depend on. They say diesel generators are for emergency backup only and rarely run outside of routine testing. But Fortes says it's impacting quality of life.
It should have never been allowed to be put into a residential neighborhood.
According to the website Data Center Map, there are 50 data centers in Massachusetts. But with the AI boom, there's a big need for more and bigger or hyperscale centers.
The amount of jobs that would come to the region are they're high-tech jobs. They're very good, well-paying jobs.
State Rep Mike Finn says a sales and use tax incentive, which he helped pass, will make it more attractive for big tech to build here. This is the proposed location for the Commonwealth's first hyperscale center in Westfield, a $4 billion project sprawling some 120 acres.
On day one, they would become the largest taxpayer for the city.
You really think this is the future?
100%, I think it's the future.
We need to protect ratepayers and community members.
Tristan Thomas with the nonprofit Alternatives for Community and Environment says hyperscale data centers will come at a big cost to you.
We've seen a pattern all across the country of when these hyperscale data centers move in, utility bills go up.
Data centers run 24/7 and can never go offline. Keeping the massive computer networks cool requires constant water pulled from the local supply. Thomas says current state law leaves the door open to non-disclosure agreements, keeping the public in the dark about water and electric use.
The fact that the sales and use tax incentive doesn't have any requirements around electricity or water or transparency about the impact, it sort of does end up just being a giveaway.
The data center industry is committed to paying our full cost of service for electricity.
Dan Diorio advocates for data center operators.
These are committed to being responsible members of the community, and that involves investing in the infrastructure.
As for Jake Fortes, he says he would consider leaving his Lowell neighborhood, but he's not sure where he'd go, worried about who would buy a home next to this.
Where can you go? It's too expensive.
The Markley Group says they're continually improving the Lowell property, and they believe the facility makes it more attractive for new businesses to move to the area. Rep Finn says the state requires any large-scale data center maintain 100 jobs in order to qualify for the tax breaks. For 25 Investigates, I'm Carrie Kavanaugh.
That was stupid. Very stupid. I don't know, man. We're heading in the wrong direction. It's like society is going in the wrong direction. Very dangerous direction. And a lot of people are just gonna die. All right, let's give me 1 second while I set this up here. It just feel like a lot of innocent people are dying right now. All right, here we go. Let's watch this.
Horrifying breaking news on this Thanksgiving Eve about the ambush attack at the White House today that has left 2 National Guardsmen in critical condition. The picture of the attack is now coming more into focus. All that we had on the attacker was that his description of an Arabic Muslim man with a long beard, and this blurry image is what we've had for the last 8 hours. And now we finally know who this attacker was and what their motive was, and most importantly, why the hell are they in our country? We know it all, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a clearer picture of the actual attacker and their identity. Ramla Lankwal from Afghanistan.
Oh no.
Afghan national entered the United States under Joe Biden in 2021 and overstayed his visa. Here, ladies and gentlemen, illegally and screamed Allahu Akbar
Oh
during
man, that's
the
a great
attack
fucking deal, Terry.
approached the
Oh
two
man, congrats on that.
unarmed National
That's a
Guardsmen,
good pickup.
unarmed National
You
Guardsmen
did very good on that,
who
Terry.
were armed only with a pocket knife
Because that's
with a
like 65% off.
and shot them at
What?
point blank range. Ra
And 2
Manullah,
boxes of K cups.
Ramanullah
Oh boy.
Lakwal
And they were on clearance items, so
Lakwal
altogether you paid less than $60. Nice.
from Afghanistan.
That's awesome.
This monster
That's
is in
smart.
our country.
That's a smart
This
move.
evil,
That's
sick, terrorist bastard
coffee's important.
because of Joe Biden. And
I'm
was
just
allowed
saying,
to stay
coffee's
here
important.
because of Joe Biden. And
And I
has
love new
entered our
coffee
nation
machines.
most
I
likely
don't know
due
what about them,
to
but
Joe
Eric's making a
Biden's
new coffee machine.
nightmarish
It's like
withdrawal from Afghanistan, where they just scooped up random people, did zero vetting, and allowed pretty much anybody
But
who
I'm
could
gonna
get to
ask
an
you
airport
something at the
into
end
our
of this
nation.
one.
What do you think that was
You
going
work
to
at
allow?
Walgreens. I can ask you.
Terrorists to come into our country. 2 National Guard soldiers shot in ambush-style horrific attack.
And I will
Lockdown at White
drive
House.
to your Walgreens to get it.
Ramanullah Lakwal, 29, has been named as the alleged
If it's a
gunman
good
in
amount
custody
of them,
over the
I would
horrific
go.
shootout. The law enforcement sources told NBC News that the gunman had been identified as an Afghan national. Shooting began investigating a possible act of terrorism. He came to the United States during the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021 under Joe Biden's Operation Allies Welcome. God. The operation sought to resettle vulnerable Afghans, including those who assisted the U.S. during the war. It is understood that Lakwal was residing in Washington state. Donald Trump vowed that the animal who shot him will pay a very steep price. Cass Patel confirmed that 2 soldiers were targeted and that they were being treated at a local hospital. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey earlier sparked confusion by announcing that they were dead. They were in critical condition. The graphic images from the scene showed soldiers lying injured in the pavement, blood pouring from their heads. Clearly had been a shot in the head. Trump deployed 2,300 National Guard troops to D.C.
So are they dead
The
or they're
FBI
alive?
ATF Secret Service swarmed the scene.
I'm
Helicopter
confused.
landed on the National Mall to evacuate one of the wounded guardsmen. Oh, it'll make you so angry. Will we stop committing suicide as a culture? Will we finally put an end to this? Will we finally force remigration? Will we shut all migration down to zero? Some people are posting this photo. I have not confirmed if this is the official photo of the actual, it looks years old. But if this is the photo, this is what people are alleging online. Ladies and gentlemen, this individual here illegally as a visa overstay, Afghan national, brought here under Joe Biden because Joe Biden nightmarishly surrendered Afghanistan to terrorists in the worst possible way and then evacuated and just grabbed any random Afghani that they could on their way out. You remember them falling off the planes and everything. Multiple law enforcement officials tell CBS News the suspect was an Afghan national who entered the U.S. in 2021 and then screamed Allahu Akbar.
Obviously, it would add a big different look at this. It's a tragedy either way, as those National Guard troops were attacked.
Yeah, there's some reports that he shouted Allahu Akbar, a phrase that we've become painfully familiar with from Muslim extremists through the age of terrorism. That would probably short circuit what would have otherwise been rather a poisonous debate about motive here. If it turns out to be an act of terror, that puts it in a different category for sure. But this was about as cold-blooded an attempted murder as we could imagine. No justification for it in any way, and one hopes and trusts that people will not try to do so.
Law enforcement have identified Ramanullah Lakwal as an Afghan national, possible act of terrorism. It is being investigated and classified as an act of terrorism. Now, President Trump just this week designated the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Of course he was. It is time to start using the military for deportations. These people have to go. That is exactly right. Incongruent with our culture, law enforcement sources in DC tell me the National Guardsman was an Afghan national who used a revolver. The guardsmen themselves were not armed with a firearm. They used a pocket knife to stab the suspect. Another guardsman responded to gunfire, shot the suspect multiple times. The suspect reportedly shouted, Allahu Akbar. An Afghan national. We can either mass deport these savages or sit by passively and watch our civilization crumble. That is exactly right. We need mass deportations and remigration right now. Remigration of large swaths of populations and cultures that have been brought here on potentially legal or illegal grounds that have and do not assimilate into United States culture. I mean, this is like exactly what the 1928, 1924 immigration laws are all about. You have to have a time of assimilation. You can't just keep bringing in every culture on earth, creating their own microcultures in places like Somalia or all throughout Texas, building their own Sharia cities. You won't have a country. We've already seen how this plays out in Europe. You have to have a time. J.D. Vance just proposed this. You must have a zero immigration time for the country to settle down, for the pot to cool. And yes, remigration should be mandatory. Like when for instance, Trump took away the temporary protected status of Haitians and Somalis over the last 2 weeks. We must require remigration for peoples that are here, that are either visa overstays or have their TPS stripped away from cultures that are clearly incongruent with America. It is not your right to move to America. An Afghan national enter the U.S. under Joe Biden. We need a complete immigration moratorium until we've done a complete review of everyone who entered the U.S. under Biden. All asylum claims need to be reviewed again. All illegal aliens deported. We cannot say it enough. It's a possible act of terrorism. That is how it's being investigated. The guardsman only had a pocket knife. Oh, man. It makes me so angry. President Trump, I hear, will be making an announcement shortly on this. Ladies and gentlemen, more details on the attack right here.
The difference in Washington,
Wait, sorry.
is down.
Hold on, Chairman, hold on. We just got this. I need to get to it. This just in, sources are telling Fox News that the shooter is an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan who came in during Operation Allies, welcome under the Biden administration, and he overstayed that visa. All right, Chairman. So Fox News is learning that this person was here illegally, overstayed his visa, and that's who this shooter profile is. What's your immediate reaction?
Damn.
Well, my immediate reaction is we tried desperately to get an accounting of all the people that came from Afghanistan to the United States during that disastrous withdrawal during the Biden administration. That was a huge priority for the House Oversight Committee. We never got that information. We were never allowed to get that information because I don't think the government had any idea. I don't think they kept an accurate accounting. And if they did, I think they realized there were probably lots of gaps. We were told there were going to be about 2,000 people that had worked with our military as people that tried to help with the cause to help protect our troops in Afghanistan. Right. But then at the end of the day, there were closer to 100,000. But we don't know what that number was, and I don't think the government has kept good track of it. And I'm sure there were mistakes.
Radical action needs to be taken. We cannot continue to allow our nation to be overrun with people who hate us. Radical action must be taken.
The enemy is in here.
The left is inherently violent. They create violent policies. Whether it's their agents who are committing the violence in the case of President Trump, Charlie Kirk, and so many others.
Didn't come through that
the ICE shootings, or whether it is their ideology that is allowing the violence to pour onto our streets, judges who are letting people who have 70 prior arrests back out onto the street, or immigration policies like this that are just suicidal. It has to end. It has to end. If you agree with that, like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
That's crazy. I talked about this so many times on my show. I talked about this so many times. It's like, get the violin. I gotta break out the violin. I'm gonna see if I could go get me a violin. I want a little violin. So when stories like this come out and you hear me playing it, you already know what I'm thinking. Ain't that a good idea? I'm gonna go buy me a violin. I am. I'm actually gonna check out Black Friday deals. Play with me. You see. I don't play around. I'm one serious puppy here. And I think I know what's the store I'm looking for. It's over here. Guitar Center. Of course, Guitar Center. A little violin. I don't know how my neck is already, it feels comfortable like this, so it might feel comfortable. So when I'm playing it, you guys know, holy shit, Rick is they, this fucking story is crazy. All right. I'm gonna check their website. You know what? I'm going right to the website. So with the next story, let's see what we got. Oh, I was gonna ask you, Terry, it would be funny, right? 40 million? Yeah, because it's over 30. Easy over 30. 40, I could agree with that. I could see a high number of illegals here. And I just think that Trump needs to sign the Insurrection Act. This is the greatest moment right now, even though it's so negative and so dark that two innocent lives possibly are not with us. The story's just not I don't know what's happening, but if they're not with us anymore, it's a perfect time to sign the Insurrection Act. Sign the Insurrection Act. That will get rid of all the illegals, all the people that overstayed their visas, everybody the fuck out. And build more prisons. You need to build more prisons. Look, there's a lot of space in the Dakotas. There's a lot of space in Montana. There's lots of spaces in Colorado. Like, fucking even in Phoenix. Down in Arizona, they got space down there. You could build a supermax. You know, have supermax prisons and prisons, and take note of El Salvador and how they built their prisons. Maybe get their blueprint and be like, look, I like the way your system came out. Very beautiful, and it didn't cost as much. Can we have your architects come over and design a couple of prisons for us here in the United States? Because we could use about another 20 to 30 prisons. Because we're going to need a lot. Because these motherfuckers, since they don't want to go, they want to stay. Well, we have a place for them to stay. In jail. End of story. And start holding people accountable. We need to start holding people accountable. Listen, make accountable, like make the accountability great again, the true mega way. You got to hold the accountability. You have it's the most important word I think in humanity, like in our existence, and yet we neglect it because no one wants to be held accountable. No, like everyone is all innocent until proven guilty. And then you have a system that's fucking corrupt. Like the court systems are fucking corrupt. And then you have to depend on that. And 9 and 10, if you have the money, they let you go. It's crazy, man. This world it needs an enema and it needs an asteroid. A big asteroid coming and just hit Earth because we don't deserve to live here. And if you say we do, you're selfish because we don't deserve to live here. We're lucky to live here, and especially lucky to live in America. But then you got idiots that push their luck and interfere where they not shouldn't even have business of, and showing up to an order of a guy being arrested because he has a warrant for his arrest, and then you have like 100 people protesting instantly. Like, how there should be a study, and someone should figure out how these people are just popping up when there's an order for someone to be arrested and ICE shows up. How these people organizing so quick and showing up to these locations, because that's just not feasible for people just to show up out of the blue and they just protest. I don't know. Something don't smell right with that. But let's go ahead and keep it moving. We got another. Let's see. Oh Lord, not this crazy bitch. Oh God. I thought I was done with her. No, not her again. No, it's a nightmare that keeps coming back.
Must surely now have proved to everyone that she's an attention-seeking hypocrite, a frequent flying global warming messiah, an Israel hater who vandalizes the planet she's trying to save.
Brother!
Allegedly. Her latest stunt, along with other green extremists, is to turn Venice's Grand Canal green.
Not her
again on
again.
the weekend, no doubt wrecking the memories of a lot of tourists there. She's now been thrown out of the city. I mean, who knows what she was trying to prove, and really, who cares? What's more important, I think, is how she now goes about this attention-seeking of hers. And it's not by argument, trying to convince you of a different way of seeing things. It's just by making a damn nuisance of herself, having a tantrum, toys out of the cot. But there's another point here. Thunberg used to be so pure, no emissions, that she sailed to America in a yacht rather than use fossil fuels in a jet. But now she must have one of the biggest carbon footprints on the planet, because I've been tracking her recent travels. Just this year alone, she has visited Algeria and also Tunisia in North Africa. She has been to Barcelona in Spain, nice place, and to Sicily in Italy, even nicer. She has gone to Israel, where she was thrown out on her ear, and she has dropped in on Greece and on France. Lucky them, before going home to Sweden. She's also caused trouble in Denmark and even more trouble in Norway. More trouble is the frequent flying flea of climate fear. Joining me is Rowan Dean, Editor-in-Chief of The Spectator Australia, host of Outsiders every Sunday at 9 a.m, and host of his own show on Fridays at 7 p.m. Rowan, what kind of mind do you think thinks that the way to persuade people that the planet is in trouble is to go to Venice and dye the Grand Canal green?
She's stupid.
Well, someone who isn't educated, someone who didn't go to school, and yes, that's Greta Thunberg. She dropped out at a young age, and I don't think she's returned to any kind of studies. You mentioned she may well have one of the largest footprints, carbon footprints. I don't know whether she does or she doesn't, but she certainly, I'm sure she's up there. But I tell you who has the lowest carbon footprints of pretty much anyone on the planet per capita, and that would be the people of Venice. And the reason they have such a low carbon footprint, Andrew, is first off, there are no cars in Venice, not a single car. Everyone walks around the streets of Venice or goes on a boat on the canals. And those boats get pushed by poles, which also don't have any carbon. There's a couple of motor launches, that's true, but they're exclusively for James Bond and film stars.
Yeah, on the
There's a couple of
violin.
ferries that go up and down the Grand Canal. The local delicacy in Venice is sea bass. Sea bass is not, meat intensive carbon farming. And if you're not up for the sea bass or the other seafood delicacies, which are very, very low carbon footprint, you've also got penne arrabbiata, which is, of course, a tomato and chili and garlic-based pasta. Again, no great carbon footprint there. In terms of industry, the local industry in Venice, Andrew, is glass blowing. They've been blowing the glass the same way since Shakespeare's day. So I don't think there's a huge kind of industrialization going on in Venice. She's probably picked, and this goes back to her lack of education, the one town in the world where the people of that town have the lowest carbon footprint per capita of virtually anywhere else in the world. So if I were one of those descendants of the Borgias or the Medicis or any other grand Florentine or Venetian families, I wouldn't be throwing Greta out of the town. I'd actually be throwing her off the Bridge of Sighs and letting her swim across the Lido in her own green, vomitous swill.
Well, at the risk of, to avoid us being fact-checked, the glass blowers of Murano actually use gas. I've seen them use gas. But I think that's about the only thing. Maybe a few cars on the Lido. But I think you make an excellent point. I mean, what did the poor people of Venice do to deserve her? And I feel sorry for all those people that were going to do the once-in-a-lifetime pose. Here I am in Venice and the canals turn green. Seriously, Rowan. But Rowan, to more serious topics, the United States has now horrified the ABC and the left generally by telling all its embassies, including the one in Canberra, to go look at the data on migrant crime, which is actually data the governments here mostly refuse to collect. I mean, it's too sensitive. America's State Department has even said, we just want to warn our friends that if you import a rapid number of individuals of any background, particularly of a culture that's radically different from Australia's, no names given, without any sort of mechanism for diffusing the impact, like, instead of having multiculturalism, that can lead to political unrest, that can lead to economic instability. Now, all this has been called by the Sydney Morning Herald an intervention into our domestic affairs. And ABC presenter Sally Sara this morning, I had to laugh, even wondered if America's information collecting should be stopped. Here she is.
Should the United States be allowed to gather data on migrants in Australia?
Should the United States be allowed to gather this information, Rowan? I mean, what's the panic here?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because whenever, I've said repeatedly that Donald Trump's administration is going to come to the rescue of Australia on the dreadful under-16 media ban. Now it's coming to our rescue on immigration by the sounds of it, or excessive immigration. The point here is, Andrew, that every time there's like a digital ID discussion or an identity card, or the World Economic Forum start talking about some kind of surveillance model or everybody doing whatever, the argument is always, well, if you've done nothing wrong, what's the problem? What's the problem with us surveying? What's the problem with us keeping data on you? What's the problem with us following you and tracking you if you're doing nothing wrong? And the same never applies in reverse. So I would say to the Sydney Morning Herald and the ABC, let's see all the data on immigrants in Australia, because if they've done nothing wrong, then that will be shown by the data. And if there's higher or lower levels of crime or whatever it might be, anything you care to name, let the data fall where the data falls. The only reason for not looking at data is because of what you're afraid to find. So I would say to, if what the Sydney Morning Herald and the ABC are suggesting is that we obscure and hide data, that to me sounds dangerously like what happened in the UK, where various immigrant communities were accused of various things, and for fear of being labelled racist, the authorities right through the authorities at council level, parliamentary level, and so on, hid the data. And so I would say thank you for the Americans for pointing out to us that a key role of our government to protect every Australian, immigrants included, every nationality included, every race, every religion included, is to be scrupulous with analysing the data of what people coming into this country, vetted or unvetted or whatever it might be. It could be 3,000 Gazans, it could be this, it could be that, it could be anyone from anywhere. Let's have the data on 5 years' time, on 10 years' time, on 20 years' time, and see whether this policy culturalism without enforced assimilation works or doesn't work. And only the data can tell us that, Andy.
Well, in Australia, we have avoided collecting this data. It's quite extraordinary. And, it allowed people like the then boss of ASIO once to say, I don't see any link between refugees and terrorism here, when in fact, I think it's 4 Australians, maybe 5 Australians have been killed in terrorist attacks by people we took in as refugees from Muslim countries. But the US was looking for the kind of information that Denmark does collect. And I've got to say the findings are confronting. It's collected the violent crime conviction rates in Denmark per country of origin. And as I scroll down this graphic, Rowan, from highest to lowest, viewers should note that red is for immigrants from Middle Eastern and North African Muslim countries, Kuwait, Tunisia, Lebanon at the top. Black is for Denmark, for the Danish-born, and then blue down the line, the least likely to commit crimes in violent crime in Denmark, is for immigrants from European countries. And then the immigrants with the very lowest conviction rate include Indians, Chinese, and Australians. We're in the other group that's lower than for ethnic Danes. Now, I've gone through those results. Rowan, are these inflammatory results or educational, important?
Well, they're only inflammatory if you make them inflammatory by hiding them and refusing to discuss them and refusing to have an honest conversation between the government and the population, the people, about what the immigration policies actually mean. If you're not open, if you're not transparent, then that sort of data becomes inflammatory because the government is hiding it. And you've seen that right across Europe. It's the classic left-wing thing. We're going to do something, but we're going to hide it and obscure it and not let people know what the awful results of what our left-wing decisions are. The Australian people deserve the same honesty that the Danish government is giving, and let the data fall where the data falls, and let people see the results and then form policy based on that. We're always told, follow the science, listen to the science, this, that, and the other. So let's have the science on immigration, and let's have it given to us honestly, as well as the modeling of what our current policies will mean for the future demographics of this country. This government's so keen on modeling. Let's have the modeling of the financial impacts, the work impacts, the housing impacts, the social cohesion impacts of the government's current immigration policies.
Well, I have to say that Britain's Labour government has now promised to do similar releases of data this year. I believe it when I see it, but that's what they've promised. Rowan Dean, thank you so much indeed for your time.
Anyhow, she's a crazy bitch. Long story short, Greta, you made me start looking for a fucking violin. And I found one, but I don't know. It might be complicated to use because it's like all these directions and shit. I was looking over it. I was like, bitch, I don't need this shit to be complicated. I don't need it to be a threader. I just need the bitch so I could play it and people could identify, like, what the fuck is going on here? Exactly. She has the most horrible, like, carbon footprint, worse than me. I don't be traveling, going so much anywhere. I'm fucking disabled. I can't fucking be going places all the time and shit like that. I go places that I'm capable and able to handle, and I try to keep it as easy as possible for myself. But this bitch is traveling all over the world. She just got banned from Venice. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what's going on, right? Bitch dropped out of school, thinks she's smarter than everyone, and try to dictate everyone on the climate, but the bitch is polluting more with her carbon footprint than anyone else in the world. Like, fucking hypocrite. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, this one is let me see. Ooh, it is. Okay, we're jumping right to it. Let me set it up. And the next one, I think we're going to really enjoy because he's a friend of the show, Tyson De La Cruz. Let's watch.
Busted sending sophisticated computer parts to China. Now they're charged with evading.
Yeah, I had that question for you.
America,
we
just uncovered a
keep starting the next show.
Chinese espionage operation on American soil. 4 men, including 2 men in Tampa, were arrested
After Tyson, I'll let you know. I won't forget.
AI chips worth nearly $4 million to
It's
China
like to practice
a fake
patience.
real estate company called Janford Realtor
I keep you on your toes. Like,
LLC.
what the
But
fuck
here's
you have
what's
to tell me?
absolutely shocking. These weren't just computer parts.
They
These are
fucking tell
the
me
exact
already.
same
I
military-grade processors that China needs to build weapons of mass
But I'm
destruction,
shopping at the
advanced
same
surveillance
time.
systems, and AI-powered military capabilities to challenge American dominance. The Justice Department says China is desperately trying to become the world leader in AI by 2030, and they're willing to break every law to get it done.
A plot to sell highly sophisticated computer equipment to China has been stopped right here in the Bay Area.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This case exposes how Chinese intelligence operations are running sophisticated smuggling networks right under our noses, using American cities like Tampa as a staging grounds for technology theft that threaten our national security. Let me break down this incredibly sophisticated operation. Hong Ning Ho, no, not the lunch special at the local Chinese restaurant, a 34-year-old U.S. citizen born in Hong Kong, registered Janford Realtor LLC in Tampa back in March 2023. On paper, it looked like a legitimate real estate business with an office at 4830 West Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 600.
This was a complete front. I mean, they weren't doing any real estate business there.
But here's the brilliant part of their cover. They never conducted a single real estate transaction like a lot of other licensed real estate agents. Not one house sold, not one property listed, not one legitimate business activity. It was a complete shell operation designed specifically to hide their technology smuggling activity from federal authorities. The sophistication of this operation is absolutely staggering. They established what looked like a legitimate business address, filled out the proper paperwork with the state, and created what appeared to be a functioning company. But it was all an elaborate deception to facilitate the largest technology theft operation the Justice Department has seen in years. What these Chinese men were smuggling wasn't just expensive computer equipment. These were NVIDIA graphics processing units specifically designed for artificial intelligence applications that have direct military uses. We're talking about A100s, H100s, and H2200 processors.
Some of these processors, Keith, cost tens of thousands of dollars. They're very sophisticated. They're very unique in their applications. And the government says that they pose a risk to national security because they were being sold to our adversaries.
According to the Justice Department indictment, China is seeking to use AI for military modernization efforts and in connection with the design and testing of weapons of mass destruction. These aren't just nerd gaming computers. These are building blocks for advanced military AI systems that could give China a strategic advantage over the United States.
China seeks to become the world leader in AI by 2030. Washington has put export controls in place to prevent China from getting advanced AI chips from NVIDIA.
The timing of this operation is particularly significant. China publicly stated its goal is to become the world leader in AI by 2030, and they're using these stolen American technologies to build advanced surveillance systems and weapons platforms. Every chip they successfully smuggled brought them closer to that particular goal. The financial scope of this operation is staggering as well. Federal prosecutors have traced nearly $4 million. $4 million in wire transfers from Chinese companies directly to the conspirators' accounts. This wasn't some small-time operation. This was an industrial-scale technology theft.
The DOJ claimed that in total, the men sold as many as 350 NVIDIA chips and 10 HP supercomputers.
2 Chinese companies sent more than $2 million directly to Janford's Realtor's Tampa bank account, while another $1.9 million went to Brian Curtis Raymond's Alabama-based electronics company. Raymond, the 46-year-old CEO of ByteWorks, was allegedly the supplier who provided the chips to the Tampa-based smuggling operation.
What in heaven's name is a realty company from Tampa sending GPUs to Malaysia and Thailand? It was a round peg in a square hole.
When federal investigators started following the money, the entire operation unveiled. Here's where this operation gets really sophisticated from an intelligence perspective. Instead of shipping directly to China and triggering export control alerts, they routed everything through Malaysia and Thailand first. This is classic espionage tradecraft designed to obscure the final destination.
They set up a shell company to export those chips. 3 of them have been detained and 1 has been released on bond. They're all facing up to 20 years in prison.
Between October 2024 and January 2025, they successfully smuggled 400 NVIDIA A100 GPUs to China through this Malaysia route. But their third and fourth shipments involving 10 Hewlett-Packard Enterprise supercomputers with H100 GPUs and 50 separate H200 GPUs were intercepted by law enforcement. The use of Malaysia and Thailand as transit points shows this was an amateur hour. These are established smuggling routes that Chinese intelligence have been using for years to circumvent U.S. export controls. The fact that they had operational knowledge of these routes suggests connections to a broader Chinese intelligence network. This operation involves sophisticated networks spanning multiple states and nationalities. Along with Tampa's Ho Ning Ho, we have Jing Qi, a 45-year-old Chinese national on an F1 student visa, also living in Tampa. Then we have Cham Li, a 38-year-old Chinese national operating at San Loreno, California, and Brian Curtis Raymond running the supply side from Huntsville, Alabama.
U.S. authorities on Thursday charged 2 Americans and 2 Chinese nationals for allegedly trying to export supercomputers and NVIDIA AI chips to China.
The geographic spread of this network from California to Alabama to Florida shows this was a coordinated operation with multiple cells working together. Each person had a specific role. Raymond supplied the chips, Ho and Lee managed the front company, and Chen helped coordinate the Tampa operations. What's particularly concerning is that Jin Qi was in the United States on a student visa, which raises some serious questions about Chinese intelligence using our education system to place operatives in strategic positions for technology theft operations. The Biden administration implemented strict exports controls on AI chips back in October 2022, specifically to prevent China from accessing this type of technology. But as this case shows, Chinese intelligence operations immediately began working to circumvent these controls through sophisticated smuggling networks. All 4 defendants are facing serious federal charges, including conspiracy to violate the Export Control Reform Act, smuggling, and money laundering. The maximum penalties for this are severe, up to 20 years in prison per violation. This sends a clear message that technology theft operations will face the full force of federal prosecution. U.S. Attorney Gregory Keyhole made the stakes crystal clear. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida is firmly committed to safeguard our country's national security. These defendants who wrongfully exported this sensitive technology are facing justice. This Tampa-based operation is just one piece of a much larger Chinese intelligence campaign to steal American technology and achieve military superiority. The Justice Department specifically noted that China seeks cutting-edge U.S. technology to become the world leader in AI by 2030.
NVIDIA's CEO said the company's business in China is 100% out, saying it went from having a 95% market share down to 0.
Assistant Attorney General John Eisenberg called this a deliberate and deceptive effort to transship controlled NVIDIA GPUs to China by falsifying paperwork, creating fake contracts, and misleading U.S. authorities. This was an opportunistic crime. This was strategic intelligence warfare. The sophistication of creating fake contracts, establishing shell companies, and routing shipments through third countries shows this operation had significant backing and planning. We are likely looking at a Chinese intelligence operation that took months or even years to establish. America, this case exposes the reality of Chinese intelligence operations targeting our most sensitive technology right here on American soil. When Chinese operatives can establish fake companies in Tampa and smuggle $4 million worth of military-grade AI chips, we have a national security crisis that goes far beyond traditional espionage. The fact that they successfully smuggled 400 advanced processors before being caught means China now has access to American AI technology that could accelerate their military military capabilities by years. Every chip they stole brings them closer to their goal of AI dominance by 2030. The use of a fake real estate company shows how sophisticated these operations have become. They're not just stealing documents or recruiting assets, they're establishing entire business fronts to facilitate large-scale technology theft. Lunch special Hing Nang Ho and Jing Che are now being held in Pinellas County Jail and facing up to 50 years in federal prison. Brian Curtis Raymond was arrested in Alabama, and Cham Lee was taken into custody in California. All four are facing some serious federal charges that could result in decades behind bars. The Justice Department's aggressive prosecution of this case sends a clear message to Chinese intelligence. We are not tolerating technology theft operations on American soil, but this case also shows how much work still needs to be done to protect our technology advantages. When Chinese operatives can operate sophisticated smuggling networks out of Tampa Bay office buildings, using American companies and American citizens to steal technology that keeps us safe, we need to fundamentally rethink our approach to counterintelligence. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
That's little cruise for you. Great upload there. Like it's so. This world is just a weird place. We live in a weird place. But yeah, the question to the Mingho. I was wondering, do you in your store have those Pokemon cards? I wonder if Walgreens carried them. I think, and I believe they do, but it's like finding those cards have been very difficult. You do. Okay, and how much are they? If you don't know by heart, it's okay. Because there's like certain packs that I wanted to get, like for like Pokemon. Yeah, the booster packs, or even like these here. Like you can't really see them, but they're like right here. I got the little Pokemon right here, but they're like little packs here. I'm just I'm gonna try to collect them and just save them, because I think the future is gonna be good with those cards, and I think the value will go up. So it's kind of like an investment type of thing with the Pokemon. But I wanted to see, like, because I know my Walgreens, they have them, but they were out of them. So I'm hoping that they bring them back. And Target too. Target, it's like I was able to get 2 packs, but then they haven't been having them lately, and they sell them for $4.99 a pack. Blaster pack. I don't know which one is this one called. I don't want to mess with it because it's right next to fire. Fire. Let's see. These are the booster packs. Right there. So, but I was looking for them, and it's like it's hard to find. I mean, there's a it was like 7-Eleven that had the Scarlet and Violet series, but they wanted $10.99 a pack. I was like, what the fuck? I asked Google, and Google's like, that's fucking high. It's like 7-Eleven, you motherfuckers, you trying to steal from the people. You have those? Yeah, I need to because like I need to get some. They fly off the shelves faster than we can get them in. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's hard. Like when they come in, it's like I need to grab them. Gotta grab them while we can. It's like while I can. But we still got a little bit more to go. We got one more news slash is about the weather, and then we're going straight to the paranormal. So, Kayla, I know you're probably watching. If you're not, it's okay. But I do got the 3 paranormal videos we're gonna watch right after we watch about the weather. So let's go straight to it.
In today's video, we're going to be diving into the upcoming pattern, taking a huge look at models that have gotten even colder with the upcoming pattern, now looking extremely cold compared to normal over the rest of November into early December, really for the foreseeable future.
We're going to get snow.
And not only this, they do have a very active storm track along that jet stream.
We're going to get snow.
For multiple snowfall
Terry, you're going to get snow week 2.
We do have one
next week
expected over the Midwest and Great Lakes. Then there's one popping up for the eastern seaboard, mostly the Mid-Atlantic.
That's the one
that we've been tracking.
We're going to get hit,
This one is
Terry.
6-7 days away. There
I know we're going to get. We're going to get hit.
And we're watching that one. Still some time for that to
Yay,
change. So
get
we're
us
watching
here.
closely.
Yeah.
And then looking at the bigger picture of the models, do
But
continue
yeah,
to show storm after
like
storm
a
after
few
storm.
weeks
And the
ago,
details obviously
someone
are not really
cleaned
important.
us
beyond
out.
7
Yeah,
days,
you
10
see?
days out. But
That's
the bigger
why
picture is
I
that they do
want
have
to
active storm track and continued cold. So I'm sure we'll have even more
at least get
opportunities
some
for
because
snowfall in
there's
each
people that do
half
that. They
of
go and they
the
buy
nation.
all of it.
Now, before we really dive into things, be sure to check out our Discord community in the top right corner of your screen using that QR code. You can also use the links in the description and pinned comment down below. We did just release early access for our official December forecast and our final snowfall forecast for the entire winter. We'd love to have you in there. Looking at the current radar imagery that you've been looking at, we do have a actual pretty impactful.
We got rain coming tomorrow. We're gonna get rain here.
Midwest, we can see lots and lots of
Terry.
snowfall located over the Midwest and Great Lakes so far, behind that cold front where temperatures are in the 20s.
But this is going to bring in a lot of cold air behind it, and it's going to set us up for the next storm.
Snowfall coming
It's
down
going to
from
bring
multiple
snow
different areas. We also
to
have
Connecticut.
some thunderstorm, well, mostly showers, but maybe
Our
some
first
thunderstorms.
snowstorm
within this area
of the
over
year.
Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, as that cold front's rolling in, we do have stronger lines of showers
Okay.
located over there.
So I
You
definitely
might also
need
take notice
like
that
small
as this
packs
colder
and
air is
some
blasting in,
tins.
moving over those warm lakes. So a lot of this snowfall is enhanced by the lake effect.
I just want to
snow.
get
So
them
we
to
have
just
the
save
storm
them.
causing snow, and then the lake effect is actually happening within the storm, and it's making it even heavier. There's some areas out ahead of the system where we're already getting lake effect precipitation. I'm getting reports that some of this coming off of Lake Erie is actually falling in the form of snow as temperatures are in the mid to
Oh,
upper
boy.
30s. But that will switch over overnight into mostly just pure snow as these lakes really are starting to get going as we speak. And when we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, heavy snow being indicated by the blue. For parts of Michigan, parts
Michigan's
of Wisconsin,
getting it.
really coming
And
down out there.
Wisconsin,
So let us
too.
know. You can also send in your pictures in the Discord community.
But
from
Michigan.
these areas. Show us your weather pictures. We'd love to see it as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at our
Wow.
model guidance, though, and see what's
That's going to
upcoming.
be like that all
First things
night.
first, we're taking a look here at the brand new 8 to 14 day temperature outlook from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, it's going to
and
be cold for
Climate
us here in
Prediction Center. And this
Connecticut.
goes
Today
for
was a
December
warm
4th
day.
through December 10th. And before, when you would look at this, they had a bit of a southeast ridge. We thought the southeast ridge, even me, I thought that the southeast ridge was going to be a big part of the early
Yeah,
December timeframe.
I just
The
want
models
to
have done
collect
away
them
with that.
to
They
hold
said,
on
forget the southeast
to them
ridge. That's
for my
hardly going
niece.
to be a factor because
When she
the
gets
Arctic air
older,
is
she
coming and it's
could
going to take over. So we see
open them
primarily
into the cards.
warmer west, which we call a positive PNA, and this actually helps to steer that colder air into the east, which we see taking effect here.
I know one of my
There will
packs
be a
is
very
a heavy. So I know
influence of
one
the
of them,
southeast
I
region.
got
That's why we
something
have these south
good
central and southeast,
in it.
far southeastern areas dealing with some warmer conditions.
But I'm not going to
overall,
open it.
we are mostly going to be seeing cold temperatures.
I would love to
Midwest.
open
We'll see
it,
on the
but
models a little bit later on.
I'm
So let's go ahead and take a look at those
reserving
models,
that.
starting with the European model. We can see that current winter storm ongoing there for the Great Lakes. As we get to tomorrow on Thanksgiving,
Let's make
that
this
storm
bigger
does
because I want to
begin
see the
kind of
map
lift
bigger.
off. It moves more so up into Canada here.
Here
what
we
we see
go. Much
happening
better.
underneath is still the lake effect snow.
Oh, look at the turkey. We're gonna get the turkey
This is going to be a
in
big
the right
factor
in
the
the
next
right
few days
corner.
as we have ripe
We're gonna
cold
get
air
wiped like the
over
turkey
the eastern states. It's going to be
next
really,
week.
really a cold Thanksgiving here. And then for Friday, Black
It's gonna
Friday
be
as well,
windy.
still lake effect snowfall. And
It's gonna be
still some
windy for
cold air located in
the
east.
parade tomorrow.
Our next winter storm
I
threat
hope
is
they're gonna
already
be
starting
strong
out.
enough to hold those
I'm reaching kind
balloons.
of the Friday, Saturday timeframe as we see this snowfall starting out for the northern Rockies. and
Hopefully they
northern
don't pop no
plains.
balloons
We also have a
this
low
year.
developing there near Colorado. It's kind of a classic area for lows to originate from. And as we move towards Saturday, we
Oh
start
boy,
to see
look at
this
this.
more significant winter storm getting going. We see Kansas and Oklahoma is where the low is located. Likely some thunderstorms and maybe even a severe weather threat underneath for Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana.
Damn,
And then for
Rob's
the
gonna get a
northern
lot of
plains,
snow.
a lot of the Midwest here, we're
Rob's
getting
getting
heavy
snow.
snowfall.
South
Nebraska,
Dakota.
South Dakota, Iowa,
Rob's not
Missouri,
here right now. I
Illinois,
don't believe.
Wisconsin,
But
even into Indiana.
Rob, you're gonna get a lot of
Snowfall
snow
is
if
getting
you
going
watch this.
already by Saturday the 29th here. And as we get going towards Sunday here, this is Sunday morning at 7 a.m., we see
That's not the
a lot
one
of
I'm
rain
worried
in
about.
Illinois, Wisconsin,
The one I'm
Michigan,
worried about is
Indiana,
the December
Ohio,
3rd.
lots of Canada here, seeing very, very heavy snowfall.
This is just gonna
The
bring
low
more cold.
location is going to really be crucial here. This is only a few days away, by the way. I think this is 3 days away from now, 4 days away.
Yeah, that's
We're
not the
seeing
storm
the
I'm
low
worried
over
about.
more so the
I'm worried about
central
the
areas
December
of
3rd.
Illinois and Indiana. If this low is a little bit
December
further
2nd,
southward,
December
that
3rd.
rain snow line, which is way up
The
here,
one that's after
would
this
come down
storm.
with it, likely a little
It's
bit
the one
further
I'm worried
southward.
about.
If this low trends north, that rain snow line would move north with it as well. So that's important to note that a small change in the track could completely change a lot of the areas, especially in the bullseye. If you're in northern Illinois, if you're in southern Michigan, if you're in southern Wisconsin, slight movements to the north or south can really, really change the outlook for you. So keep that in
Yeah.
mind as we're still a few days away. Looking towards Saturday, we see this one is over Lake Erie by this
Rain.
point. Some snowfall coming to a close
For
there
us in
over parts of the
Connecticut.
Midwest and Great Lakes. We do see some higher elevation snowfall for the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast as well. Continued showers and thunderstorm chances underneath. As
That's not the
more
storm I'm worried
rich
about.
cold air
This is the
begins to
storm
move
that
in.
I'm worried
This is
about
Monday
coming up
afternoon on
next.
December 1st. Now,
You see the
heard me talk
blue
a
and
lot
the
about the
green?
southern jet in previous videos. We see our northern jet is way up here. It's moving over this positive
All
peak.
right, I'm gonna pause them for a sec because I'm pretty good with weather too. You got a nice, healthy, high pressure that's also bringing in a lot of this cold temperatures, and a lot of places are gonna really feel it. And you see this little blue here of snow, and you see this green right here on the Gulf. Well, these two are gonna pair up right around here, and it's gonna develop into a low pressure. And the low pressure is going to develop and it's going to sweep right across. And as it sweeps across, you're going to notice all the snow that Connecticut, all the like from New York, Pennsylvania, Jersey, like Massachusetts, we're going to get the snow. Okay. And this is on December 3rd. So this is December 1st. This is how the setup looks.
This warm air mass over the west. This is kind of making the jet stream move further and further northward above it. So that's swinging down south and then moving eastward here. We do have the southern jet still at play, and that's coming in right here.
I wish I would have bought it back
just
in
to the
those
south of the
days
northern jet. We see a
when
piece
it
of
came
energy
out,
here over
but I wasn't
Kansas,
really into
Oklahoma. We
it.
see a piece of southern jet.
Oh, you
energy
see?
here over
I was
parts of
just
the Gulf.
talking
So
about
we've
those
got
two
pieces
energies.
of energy here.
And
We
they're
expect
going to
these
get together.
perhaps combine. We expect these to somehow combine here and move off the East Coast, which we've gotten some agreement that there is to some extent going to be a storm nearby the eastern states during the first couple of days of December. So let's watch how this progresses. We see some snowfall again for Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. Mostly the southern jet takes over as the main piece of energy as it's gaining some steam over the Gulf here, which makes sense because it's really ripe, very warm in these areas. It gains some intensity here, and following the jet stream, we can tell it's going to generally start to move northward here. So we see that low take off, and really we get some lighter snow for Mid-Atlantic and Northeast here on this particular model, on this particular run. The European model has been the lesser of the two as far as intensity for this system. It's been a little further east. Look at how far offshore this is. That is well offshore of the East Coast.
I have a feeling
If
it's
we
going
got
to go a
this
little
low,
bit more
much
north
more
than where
tucked
it's
along
at.
the East Coast, which is
Yeah.
6-7 days away, like I talked about earlier. This has plenty of time to trend west, trend east, trend south,
Yep.
trend north. this is just a potential scenario, but if it's closer to the coast, you would see much more of a major snowfall impact, perhaps for the Northeast, which we're going to see from the GFS model.
It'll be a nor'easter.
For now, this is very far offshore on this European model. It moves out pretty quickly, and then we're left with an overall colder pattern. We get a little bit of a snow system moving through the Great Lakes and Northeast again for the Wednesday the 3rd, Thursday the 4th.
Yeah, I remember at
Quick mover,
WrestleMania.
but we get some more
I watched that
northeastern
WrestleMania
United
with Tyson.
States snowfall. And then look at this. We get another one coming together nearby the southern states. This is pretty far out. Take it with a grain of salt against specific.
I mean, I would like to,
This is Friday the 5th.
you know, get a couple,
We've
like,
got this
save
southern
them,
jet
you
and
know,
northern
buy
jet
them and just
combining
save them.
again here over the deep south.
So if you do get them in, Terry, just let me know.
Kind of comes together.
And then, you know, let me know on Discord.
We're getting some snowfall on the northern end of this for some of the
And then I'll
Midwest,
tell you to
Ohio
save them
Valley,
for me, and I'll take a trip up
as we're
there.
going to see some of the Mid-Atlantic as
You're
well.
about what?
We start to see
Let me
snowfall
see.
popping up here almost 10 days out.
You're not
So there's
that far.
Plenty of time for
I
a lot of
mean-
details to change, but another storm system moving along the jet stream that does move up
Let me
towards the
see.
northeast eventually as well. Then we get another snow system for the
Nice
Midwest
little
for the Great Lakes
drive.
around the 8th. And then we get more coastal activity where the southern jet is moving up and offshore. The northern jet is coming through. So again, very close together here. But a lot of this activity is too far offshore. Those specifics don't matter too much. The big picture here is there's
About an hour
continuous
drive.
storms moving with the jet stream where this cold air is. There's
Okay,
going to
cool.
be potential multiple times, I think, here in the
Yeah,
upcoming
because like
patterns
it's
for
hard for me to
snow
find
events.
them and stuff.
GFS
and
model is going to concur
this
here.
is
I mean, we got
crazy.
our first system that's going on now, moving out major Midwest.
Look at this.
Ohio Valley
Wow,
system,
look at
much
the
further south
bowling
with
ball.
the snow line on this particular model run. So we see much more of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, getting
Chicago,
involved.
like
more of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, seeing some
freaking
snowfall,
Michigan
lighter to
can get that
moderate
snow.
amounts there from that system.
They might get a little
And then
drizzle.
look, southern jet and northern jet come together here between the 1st and the 2nd of the month of December. And then we get a
Right here.
major East
Look
Coast
at that.
snowstorm here on this one. And this low is quite a bit closer to the East Coast. And
You
that's
see
a primary
that?
difference here.
So this is
We
why
see
I'm
again
worried,
a lot of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast cashing in.
because this is the GFS, right? The GFS, and look, December 2nd at 4 in the afternoon, and look where the low pressure is at, and look at the class. Look at all the snow. If it holds this, if this comes to fruition, because this is next week, this is on Tuesday. So if it takes this model, we're gonna get dumped with snow. Look how dark blue it is in Connecticut. Between New York, I would say Pennsylvania, Northern Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. All of us up here in the Northeast are gonna be with snow. But I think Connecticut will get hammered because with the water, like the moisture coming off the ocean, and it's just getting cold air and it's turning into snow and pounding snow. Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be nice for the ski season. I mean, this is a great like storm to start the ski season. Oh, the businesses will be so happy. Like, and we have a lot of ski like places around where I live, and this would be a great storm for that. Hope and pray it happens because I do love snow. So let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
On some snowfall on this model run. So it's very different than the European model. And I've talked a lot about the ensembles recently. We're not going to show it today, but there is some.
All right,
there is
cool.
some
Yeah, let me know.
ensemble agreement where
And then I
they
could just
are
shoot you the
also
money
placing
through
a low off the East
PayPal.
Coast. So
Through
there's some
PayPal or
details that we're
something.
working out. The bigger picture, there's going to be cold air. There's going to be a storm. We need to just moving forward track how it's all going to come together. There's still a lot of time, but really a big threat. Looking forward, we
Hey,
get
let me
more East
know
Coast
and
action here, more of
I'll
a parent low along the northern
send the money
jet
through
here. There
PayPal.
is some southern jet energy.
I'm sure you
but
have
look at the
PayPal.
distance. There's a little bit of distance
Let me
between
see.
these two pieces of energy.
Wow, look at
That's why
that.
we don't get a full blown like coastal.
Okay, yeah, I don't do
bringing
Cash App
East
though,
Coast
but
snowfall.
I
Then we
do
get more of
PayPal.
a inland low that's bringing some mixed precipitation to the Mid Atlantic and Northeast.
That's
on this model. Very
the
very cold air.
Saturday.
Then we get more of a
Here
clipper
goes a little
system. This is a
clipper plot.
classic Miller B nor'easter. I talk about this sometimes, but the
Mhm.
Miller A nor'easter is probably what you guys all the way up the East Coast. Big time blizzards typically.
That's
come
a
from the
big
east.
time. Yeah, I was gonna say
But
big time blizzards.
its little brother, the Miller B, is also sometimes pretty hefty. These come in typically as clippers initially.
Yeah.
So we see this moving down
They
from
dip.
the Alberta area,
Mhm.
moves down
Alberta
along the
clipper.
jet stream, and then it wants to move offshore and up the coast
And up.
from
Yeah,
about
it's
the
like a
halfway
hook.
mark, somewhere in the mid-Atlantic or something like that,
Mhm.
bringing snowfall typically to the areas north and west of the storm track. So
Yep.
typically the southeast is left out in these events.
Yeah, they get rain.
Sometimes even the mid-Atlantic. Typically the most
But,
favorable area to be
yeah,
for
us.
northerly nor'easter is going to be New England classically.
Yep.
And we see this move through around
There
the
you
10,
go.
11, 12-day mark. This one's a pretty far south one. We see a lot of the mid-Atlantic and lower Appalachian getting some snowfall. And
Dipping.
then we can see this one's pretty well offshore, so a lot of the snowfall for the Northeast is too far offshore, but this could easily, this type of setup,
Move up.
set up something for the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, although we don't fully get it here on this run. It's just important to note.
And here's
then we get
another
system that could potentially impact the eastern states towards the end.
Some more rain.
The bigger picture here on both models is they have plenty of cold pretty much all the time from now until the 12th of December here, and a handful of potential snow systems as storms are moving through that we're going to need to track. So it's a very active period moving forward all of a sudden. Looking at the total precipitation, we can see where that southern jet is bringing a lot of this energy around for the eastern states and a lot of the deep south. Pretty active here for the Northwest as well as the Northern Rockies.
We're gonna get
And
a
then
lot
for
of
the
good
Midwest
snow.
through the Great Lakes.
I mean,
through the
I love
Northeast,
snow. Like I
also
said,
a
it
lot
makes
of
everything
activity
look
moving
pretty.
along this area. So
A little
that's your primary look
treacherous,
here.
of course, and
Anomaly-wise,
dangerous.
mostly going to be
But
above average
it
along
makes
the
it look
southern
so
jet here,
pretty.
and then also for
Like,
the
I love
kind of
seeing
north
everything
central
all white.
areas of the United States. with
There's
a
something
horseshoe
about it. It just
of below average
brings me
precipitation
joy
around it. Total
to
snowfall in the
see
European model is
everything
pretty aggressive.
covered
We
in
see
snow.
mountainous snowfall out west. That's going to be the case every single model run, probably until March or April. We do see a lot for the northern plains, upper Midwest, Great Lakes, interior
I love
Northeast
snow.
as well. So these areas all are getting a lot of snowfall on this European model. Some snowfall for parts of the Mid-Atlantic and parts of the Ohio Valley, which is worth noting. But look at the GFS model, guys.
Woo!
Big differing story here.
Look at all that
Everything for the
snow.
Mountains West is the same. Northern Plains, Upper Midwest, Great Lakes, maybe more snowfall here, but similar areas seeing a ton of
Damn,
snowfall. Is the
we're
bigger
gonna
thing.
get hammered.
But for the Ohio Valley, for the Mid-Atlantic, for the Northeast, this is a whole different story. This is plowable
Oh, that's
snow for a lot
cool.
of these areas, and just shows kind
Yeah,
of
I
a
can use
different
that
perspective of what is
15%. That'd be
possible
cool.
in a very
That'd be really
active, very
good.
cold pattern. Possibility, guys.
I've been
Not
looking for the
probability.
Pokemon cards. I
Possibility is what we're
really
looking
am.
into here in this instance.
I just want to
Now the temperatures
get
moving
them all.
forward. The European
Not get
model
them all
has
like the
this
scrapper,
Thanksgiving
but
Arctic blast rolling through.
just
This is
enough to
4
have.
p.m. Eastern tomorrow on Thanksgiving. Far below average temperatures in the east. Really warm along the west. This is pretty classic stuff.
It's gonna be windy tomorrow.
That sticks around for Friday here on Black Friday. It's still around for Saturday the 29th. We get a brief little warm up along the East Coast, and then we actually get an even bigger cool down moving in for the beginning of December. Monday the
Wow.
1st, Tuesday the 2nd, Wednesday the 3rd. That one's sort of easing up right before our third Arctic blast arrives around the 4th, 5th, 6th. And then we actually get a fourth one as well here for the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. And it looks like maybe even a fifth Arctic blast is on the way. So you can tell there's a lot of Arctic, a lot of very, very frequent
We need
Arctic
a
blasts
really
moving
big
in over the
diving
entirety of the next 15 days. And the GFS model is
Class
very
A
similar.
nor'easter. I mean, the
Cool down
B's
number
are
1,
cool, but
cool
the
down number
A's
2,
are.
cool down number 3.
You're talking about
Cool
feet
down
of
number
snow.
4, cool down number 5 there, and number 6 is on the way on this model for the 12th. So just continuous cold air moving into the east and an overall warmer west. The ensemble guidance agrees. This is the 27th through the 7th on the European ensemble model. Shows an overall colder picture for the central and eastern states. And on this GFS ensemble model, it's the same thing. Warmer in the west, colder in the central and east from the 27th through the 7th. Very cold, very active period. I can't wait to track it with you guys. We're going to be uploading about it daily and also
That's gonna be so
continuously
cool.
talking about it in our
Follow up on
Discord
that.
server. So again, check that out in the pinned comment and description down below.
There we go. And that's your weather. Expect some snow for the Northeast. I mean, I would love to see snow next week. At least something, you know, just to get you into that feeling, that holiday feeling, like get into the Christmas spirit. Snow tends to do that to you when you see snow, especially in the holiday season. Oh man. And I hope we get plenty of snow this year. I'm really hoping for it. All right, so it's come to that time of the show where we're gonna watch some paranormal activities. So we got a good little lineup here of 3 videos of the paranormal. So let's just get right to it and enjoy. Let me set this up and let's watch.
All right, guys, so we're actually heading up to North Florida. We have about a 4.5, 5-hour drive ahead of us, and I got your boy, Steve, in the car, smelling like blueberry muffins.
Strawberries and cream.
Strawberries and cream. Get it right, guys. We have a long drive ahead of us. We're expected to get up there sometime in the later part of the evening, so I will hit record on this again as we approach the cabin.
I think it's right here. I think this is it, bro. No. Why is it such a shit? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Look at this fucking shit, man. It's like driving. Let me put the fucking high beam. Oh, you scared the shit out of me, dude. What the fuck was that? Windshield wiper, sorry. Hold on. We really gotta go back here. Dude, we're crossing here fucking stuck back here. Yeah, this has got to be it. They said that he hung himself in the living room. That's got to be it, right? It's high enough up to do it. That bedroom right there on the right, if that's the master bedroom, that was probably bloodbath in there because he stabbed his wife and the guy that she was with, and then he hung himself out here, which is just like, all right, well, I'm not comfortable sleeping in that room. I don't know about you. If that's where it went down, I would rather we just sleep on the twin beds in the other room because I'm down with that. You cool with that? Yeah. All right, man. We'll go set some equipment up. Got some Ouija board tonight. Hey, you know what? Might as well start with the hard part first, right? Yeah. See if we get anything from the Ouija board. All right, guys, we are now inside of the quote-unquote cursed cabin that reviewers are all complaining about hearing noises, things moving at night. And as far as we know, a guy killed his wife in this place, and then he hung himself from the piece of wood that's actually right above our head. And we're going to try to communicate, and our first test that we're going to do is with Steve's personal favorite, the Ouija board.
The go-to.
Promise me you're not going to move it.
No, you know I'm not going to move it, so you don't do
I promise you I'm not going to move it.
Let's do this thing for real.
Shake.
All the stories that are going around town, this place is still haunted. Is that the truth? If so, all you have to do is move this planchette, and we can start having a conversation about it. Give us anything.
A little tiny sign. All you have to do is move it an inch or 2 inches. Just let us know that you have the ability of moving it.
Yeah, 20 minutes. I would have dead rub after 2. Literally, I would have given up.
Both of us having our hands directly on this planchette, asking questions, waiting.
we got nothing. We're going to have a static cam set up out here on the living room. We're going to have a static cam set up in the guest room as well. And we're going to see if we can catch anything overnight. And if anything pulls the blanket off us while we're sleeping, yeah, right, we'll get it. Yeah, let the cameras roll. Yep.
Now, we didn't review any of the footage from the static cams until we were completely done with this trip. And when Steve was home in Pennsylvania, he had copies of all the footage on his laptop, and he called me and left me this voicemail.
Yo, dude, it's me. Please give me a call when you get back. Get this message. Reviewing some footage and stuff, and there's some weird shit going on. You're looking at a wall or something. Dude, I don't know. I'm really hoping this is normal for you. So just check it out. It's night 1, 2 hours, 33 minutes, I think. Hit me back, man. Thanks.
Crazy.
Pause. I was standing there for a total of 43 minutes and 28 seconds. I have no memory, no recollection of waking up at all that night, and I had no idea that I even did that until we saw this footage.
That's wild. Yeah, I end up in the corner for 43 minutes and 28 seconds. That's nuts. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. I would have. I don't know. Would you notice if you're standing up in the middle of the night like that? And then you lay right back to bed, like nothing happened. Freaky.
All right, guys, so it's night number 2 now, and we're going to run the spirit box. Now, this thing scans through radio frequencies, and if there is any kind of spirits around, supposedly they can come through those frequencies and let their voice be heard. Now, the thing is, it's not supposed to stop on any radio stations. It's supposed to go through all the blank spaces that are on the radio. So anything that comes through shouldn't be a radio station. Sometimes these things do pick up some radio waves. We've heard like little music bleeps come through, but technically it's not supposed to. And also it's going to be playing in reverse. So any kind of voice that comes through that could be heard shouldn't be understood.
And usually just like at when we were at Penhurst, when we read the footage there, when it said, "Are you Steve?" it was over multiple stations. So the goal here is not to get a single word. We're kind of looking for people to say phrases that make sense over multiple sweeps. That's the ideal catch, if you will.
Yeah. We're looking for phrases and words.
Yeah.
So here comes the static. All right, is there any spirits within range of us that can hear us? If you can, try to use whatever energy you can to make a noise, to say something. Let us know you're here. My name is Casey, and this is Steve. If you could say Casey or Steve through the airwaves, that would be great. We heard there was a murder in here. Are any of the spirits associated with that murder or the murder? Are you still here?
Do you regret killing your wife? What the fuck was that, dude?
At this point, it sounded like a voice said, "Didn't know," and I'm going to replay it for you a couple times. You let me know what you think on your end.
Do you regret killing your wife? Do you regret killing your wife? Didn't know? I heard no. I heard didn't know. All right, I heard no. Yes or no? What did you or you did not know? It was you right there. That was the second time.
This one was a little bit more hard to understand, but it sounded like it says married after playing it back and increasing the volume. Take a listen.
Can you, whatever you say, can you say it again? Louder.
We continued testing out the spirit box for 10 more minutes and got no other voices beyond the ones that you just heard and decided we were done.
Something definitely came through. We're going to play it back in editing, and we'll try to decipher what it said.
After this session, Steve and I had a couple of drinks, played some card games, and went to bed.
I just woke up. It's almost 4 a.m. There's something outside making noise. It sounds like an animal. I woke Steve up. Steve heard it too. It's happened like 3 or 4 times now where we hear like kind of like a cry, it sounds like a scream or something. There it is again. Dude, I'm gonna throw my shirt on.
You know what a coyote sounds like? That fucking coyote.
No, I don't think it's a coyote. It sounds weird though.
Dude, I'm not going. I know you don't like bears, but I ain't going out there with a fucking.
No,
We're gonna look for this shit.
Let's no, I got the guns right here. I'm gonna get dressed. We'll go take a look with the flashlights out the window. Maybe we'll be able to see what it is.
Hell, I ain't going outside. You crazy? Nah, I'm good.
You're not fucking. No, I'm not fucking around. I fucking swear. Dude, where's your fucking fucking close.
Turn on.
Hello?
I don't think I'm going back to sleep, to be honest with you.
We need to push it open? Like what?
No.
Here's a pull. Look at it twisted.
That's not easy to open.
Shut up.
So we already checked everywhere in here. We turned on all the lights. We went in every single bathroom. We went in every single closet. We walked around the whole place with the guns, checked everything. Nobody's inside here with us.
If you are fucking with me, you tell me an hour from now, we're not gonna be fucking friends anymore.
No.
I don't want to fucking meet you anymore.
Let's look outside with the flashlights. I'm gonna spin the camera around and let's.
As he's wearing a Michael
where's the
Myers
flash?
shirt, he wants to go look outside with a flashlight.
Yeah, if anyone knows we're here.
I don't think so, dude. I mean, this is like the middle of fucking nowhere, bro. Besides the Airbnb people, no.
No, they would fuck us, would they?
No, I really don't think so. There's that fucking noise again, too. That really sounds like an animal.
Doesn't sound like a person. I'm for the fucking person right now.
Yeah, but you know what? At least we got guns, dude.
It's in my hand.
Telling you, I'll never do one of these trips without a fucking gun.
No,
Because if there's anything that's not paranormal, I don't want to be out here like not able to defend myself.
Tell me about it, dude.
Let's see. Let's go try to look out the other windows. We decided that enough was enough. After seeing the door being opened in our cabin while we were sleeping, we realized that whether this was paranormal or not, there was definitely something out there with us. We did get some signs from the spirit box, and we saw some stuff on the static cam that would definitely signal there is paranormal activity out there. However, I feel like there might have been other activity that wasn't so paranormal, and it was in our best interest to leave. If you guys enjoyed today's video, hit that thumbs up button, drop a line down below, hit that subscribe button and that notification bell.
Would I stay in the in that cabin with that scream like that? I mean, I probably would have slept through that shit, to be honest with you. But having my door open to the cabin, not a good thing for sure. As you can see, I turn off the light so it's more glow. I'm gonna get ready to watch the next video. So here we go.
When you're going somewhere that's known to be haunted and is being sold as a place that's known to be haunted, if you're walking in with skepticism.
In 1,000 feet, you will
We
arrive
got
at
all
your
that security
destination.
right there, it looks like.
Something felt like it was around you. And that's enough to get you kind of in the senses where you're ready to start investigating the place.
Dude, I thought I just saw something go across. It could have been the light, but if it did, I got it on camera.
After reviewing the footage, if you look closely, you'll see that there was a shadow that came out of the door and went behind the wall. Here's a couple more playbacks. What do you think?
I might have been just tripping because there's a lot of shadows in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, the thing is with these little fucking hallways and the pitch
You don't know
black.
where lights are bouncing off.
Yeah, you can't tell with the shadows. You remember what happened last time?
Yeah.
Don't get a knock back, bro.
Make yourself known.
Now we heard that this room has tons of activity. And we were also told that you guys like to talk about football in here. I'm gonna put the EMF detector over here on this chair.
It's also down in a chair.
Okay, yeah, let's have a seat. Let's have a talk about the Browns and how good they are.
Or we can talk about how Pittsburgh's going to get a 7th ring. You know, either or.
Yeah, whatever it is. I know I'm in your home right now. I know that I'm in your residence. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know you don't like the Browns, but I just want your company. I just want to see if you can come and join us for a minute. And if you can, if you could sit right here or touch the EMF detector, it definitely will light it up and we'll know that you're here. You don't have to be afraid of us. We're not here to cause... Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not here to harm you, and I'm very happy that you just did that for us.
So what was interesting about George's room is when Casey asked, "We're not here to harm you, do you just want to come talk?" Because that's typically not our style. So once he said that, and then we got an EMF spike, and our phone wasn't like down on it, like nothing was around that would have messed with it. That wouldn't have messed with it prior when we had it on the seat or had it anywhere in the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not here to harm you, and I'm very happy that you just did that for us. Wow. Got that? There they are. They're doing it. Hi. Hi, guys.
Steel curtain, baby.
So you do like the Steelers, and you don't want to be intimidated. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you move it up a little bit more? Can you put it up to the orange? You moved it halfway, but if you get a little bit closer, I would really love to take a photograph of this beautiful setup you have with the football and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's awesome that you guys were Steelers fans. Oh, here we go. Definitely want to take a picture of this room.
Yeah.
So this room is home of, what was her name again?
Mary Virginia.
Mary Virginia.
It's early out.
And you know what, Mary? It's time to come out and play. That's Mary Virginia right there.
Can you make a move? Let us know which one's your favorite right now. Make it move the most so we can tell which one it is.
None of the others are moving. Which ones are your favorites, Mary?
I can bring you new ones.
Hey, Mary, I'm going to set this EMF detector over here with your toys. And maybe you'd like to communicate with us through that while you're coming over to move the necklace. All right, you can turn your light on. Activity next to you. Could have been me sitting on the bed. That thing was going off for sure.
Are you sitting next to me? Wow. When that EMF went off next to me, right when we said, "Are you sitting next to me?" That's when it starts getting like, why? Like, out of all the times this thing could malfunction, why now?
Sure.
Are you sitting next to me? Wow.
Ask her again.
Do you mind me sitting next to you?
Or are you sitting next to Steve right now?
Are you sitting next to me right now? Are you in this room? Are you in your bed?
It's a yes, I'd say.
All right, so you're in your bed. Do you want me in your bed? If you do, make these things move.
Did that mean no? Can you make it move if that meant no? If it's a yes, can you make it move if you want Steve in your bed? Okay. Maybe you're neutral. Maybe you don't really... You're neutral. You don't care if he's in your bed or not. I think that means it doesn't matter. You could be here or it doesn't matter.
What if I mess your toys up?
These guys are Jimmy and Jules. Apparently they were like the hustlers of the building. These are the ones that would try to sell everything to people. You got Polaroid pictures on the counter. You've got golf balls, dollar bills. And I think that this is where the photographer would be hanging out. The one that passed away and wanted to take people's pictures for $1. So I am going to take a picture of them, their little setup that they got. And then I'm going to leave the camera here with a dollar bill. That way, if the photographer would like to come out and play, he has a chance. Our trigger item that we brought today, we'll give him a shot. But let me take a picture first of these guys. See how that comes out. We'll leave this here. It's coming from over here.
It's the ball I move.
Yeah, that's the ball you put on there. Shh, wait, stay still. Right there. Oh, look at this, bro. Check this out. Looks like a face, right? Yeah, look at that shit. Like it's just that one spot. How's that happen?
That's pretty wild.
That is weird, right? Okay, move the light from there real quick. That's on the outside. That's like
outside.
It's like outside looking in.
Yeah.
Dude, you fucking hear that?
Fucking camera.
That was the camera, right?
When the Polaroid went off and we were down the hall, I mean, there is no mistaking the sound of a Polaroid.
I'm telling you, that was the camera.
You can't make that sound up.
Did you hit record on the camera? Is this camera recording?
The main one?
Yeah. Dude, there's a picture right here. This fucking took a picture while we were in there, bro. Where's the picture?
Oh, I remember this one. We saw this one.
Is this
It's pretty cool. I like this one.
Bro, the camera's recording. We got to check that footage, bro.
I knew it was a Polaroid. Casey knew it was a Polaroid. We just knew no one was there with us. So how the hell did it go off?
You hear the static popping sounds. Wow. They heard it.
Is this camera recording? The main one? Yeah. Dude, there's a picture right here.
This
Holy
fucking took
shit.
a picture while we were in there, bro.
Mm.
This picture takes a while to develop. Is this camera recording? Hold on. Bro, the camera's recording. We gotta check that footage, bro. Can't believe we got this on camera, dude.
Yeah, but it was a little dark. You can't really see it that good.
You always keep shit recorded.
Wow.
We got lucky.
Okay, so this camera does have a timer on it. Just to point that out there.
Mm-hmm.
This camera was on us the whole time. If the timer was on, it only goes for 8 seconds max.
Okay.
We were in there for 15, 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And if the timer's on, this light is on and it'll be blinking, right? Look, I'll do it right now. Look, see the light blinking?
Okay.
So
No.
if that light is not blinking in the video,
Yeah, well, we have to review it next.
we got to look at it, yeah.
Nice.
So after analyzing this photo that was taken all by itself, there appears to be a white mist clouding the lower right side of the image. And also, if you look in the doorway, it almost appears to be an elderly woman in a white gown gazing out. Perhaps this is the spirit of Mary Virginia following us down the hallways after Steve disturbed her toys.
See, the guy is like a guy.
And strangely enough, none of the other photos from the evening had this white mist in it or any other faces in the background.
Wow. We got
I don't know if I believe
photobombed.
in the whole 3 a.m. thing. All I do know is that around 3 a.m. we were wrapping up. It went from us looking for evidence to evidence coming to us.
Like right there. It wasn't down the hallway. It was like in that room. Oh shit. Yeah, like for real. Like I'm a little nervous now. I feel like that wasn't paranormal. That was like something. You know what I mean?
If it wasn't paranormal, it would be a raccoon or can you make something move? Don't be afraid of us. All right.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even touch something. I don't see nothing that would
Wait.
I didn't hear it at first. Casey heard it. He froze and was kind of giving me like the serious, hold on, dude.
Look. Yo. What the? Did you see that? Yeah. What the fuck was it? I don't know. Wait, give it a minute. Holy shit. Can you do it again?
If you're here with us, can you make that move again?
It's moving a little bit. Can you make it move like you just made a move a minute ago, please? Lift it on up. You saw that, right?
Dude, I said that it was risen, right?
Yeah, and then it sunk back down. It rose up and it went back down. It doesn't want to do it when the light's on. Did you see that? Holy fuck, dude. The fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is that?
Yo!
Holy shit, bro.
It could be gases.
What the
Back
shit?
up.
Can you put that light in there too? So we got better lighting? Keep it in there.
It's really easy to look at this after the fact and be like, it could be this, could be that. But you weren't there. And when you're there and you're playing with that light and it was doing it on command, it's freaky. It froze us. and it's something that we can't recreate.
This is unreal. Maybe his spirit needs to take a shit.
Dude, I don't know.
Maybe he needs to pop one out. Good Lord.
Wait. Okay, go ahead. Well, there's nothing living in there, and it's clogged full of shit. So how is that moving?
No idea.
It's not moving due to air passing through here.
I'm actually very glad we didn't find something living in there, because now explain me how that was happening.
Would I say Hillview is haunted? Yes. I don't know if it's the most haunted place we've ever been to, but as far as things happening that shouldn't happen, yeah, things happen there. I mean, and we were only there for 6-7 hours. I mean, people that are there all day, every day, when they say their stories, for the most part, I believe them.
After a long night of filming, Steve and I drove home and discussed all the things we had witnessed. George and Mary responding to the EMF detectors, the face from outside of the window looking in, a Polaroid camera going off on its own, the bag on the toilet moving although the pipes were completely clogged, and a photo, which we soon saw once we got home, which appeared to be an elderly woman's face looking out of a doorway. We would say that we got something. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments down below. Like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you get notified every new adventure we go on. And until next time, I will catch you guys later.
Okay, so let's go and jump on to the third one, the last one of the night. Pretty freaky, huh? A little weird. I mean, the ghost maybe needed to take a shit. He was like, listen, pardon me, I'm trying to take a shit. Like, he's doing some ghost shits. And these people are just flashing their lights on him. And he's like, fuck, man, I can't have no fucking privacy. This motherfucker's flashing lights on me. I'm trying to take a shit. Oh, Lord. All right, let's go ahead and go to the last one of the night. And hopefully it'll be a good one. We'll see. I hope. Let's go ahead.
Check this out. First.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Wait.
So what's a trip though is the first word it says when we're entering is wait.
Right.
Huh. I'm just gonna sweep over here with the EMF, enter this room. If anybody here wants to let us know your presence, just go ahead. Make my EMF detector go off. It's in my left hand.
You go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I'm going to close this door. Why don't you close your door behind you and see if you can get them to make your EMF detector go off? I'll be in here with the Ovilus.
Sometimes certain entities only want to communicate with one person. So we decided to separate in the first room, check out different rooms.
Oh, this room is dark.
If there's anyone here that wants to communicate with me, got an EMF detector in my left hand. All you have to do is make it beep.
Every what?
We'll know you're here. We come in peace. All we want to do is open up a line of communication. And you can tell us whatever you want.
Did you like the spot we were just standing in? Come back over here.
Tanner went in one room, I went in the other room, kind of sat in darkness for a while.
We did multiple solo sessions throughout the building, but we didn't really get much. Those weren't included in the video.
Had a few words come through on the Ovilus, nothing too crazy. And then we decided to set up a spirit box in the front room. If you're here with us, can you please say something through the spirit box? Can you give us a clear voice?
To help. You need some help, spirit. Man, help.
We come in peace. We just want to communicate. We're trying to use this device to open up a line of communication with you.
Hello, hi, hello. You can communicate with us through this device. Please give us more. What's your name? Do you have a name?
My grandfather Jack died here a couple months ago. He left the house to me as well.
Is this Grandpa Jack?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That would have freaked me the fuck out.
It sounds like you want to talk to me. What message do you want to send?
Something. I heard, I'm here. Okay, I'm here. It seems like you're not giving us anything anymore. We're gonna move the spirit box into the room next door because we have 2 hotel rooms here. Maybe you're over there, maybe you can communicate there. Sounds good. Okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Dude, right when I got here, it was like beep beep, and it like flew out of my hand. What the fuck is up with that?
That's our room at the end. Yeah, I got the key. Hey, you want to hold the flashlight for a second? Look at this thing. For whatever reason, that's like the first thing that grabbed my attention.
The horse.
We got the upstairs, downstairs too.
See this?
Holy shit. That's cool. Dude, this bedroom is sick. What's out there? Is that a closet or is that outside? Outside? Oh, okay. Who's behind this? Check it out. What the f? Is that a horse's saddle? Yeah, looks like it. So there's a room over here with a horse saddle in it. That's it. Looks like you're closed. You still got your EMF detector rolling? At least we got some big ass beds in here, bro. I'm gonna sleep pretty damn good tonight. This floorboard looks removable. Well, probably not, but see the hole? Oh, yeah. Can you tug it? See if it moves? Negative? Nope. Yeah, I kind of figured. It'd have been cool though to find some treasure. Let's go grab a bite to eat. I'm kind of starving. You hungry? Mm-hmm. All right, so why don't we set up a couple static cams? We'll set up a static cam, like maybe on this room, maybe one in here.
Maybe like from here, like so we can get a whole view of the kitchen.
Yeah, like
the
maybe,
kitchen and the living room.
Over there,
You know
so
what I'm
we
saying?
get, maybe like we get everything here.
Yeah.
And then we'll go grab a bite to eat.
So we learned from a local voodoo priestess that sometimes when you're trying to communicate with the other side, one of the best ways to kind of break the ice is to offer some type of offering in the form of food, liquor.
If there's anybody present with us right now, we said we come in peace. We're gonna go out and get some stuff. If you want, we can bring you back something. We said we were gonna run out and grab some food. If there was any spirits present, we're gonna grab something for you as well. We're trying to come as friends, not enemies. And when we got back, checking the footage, there was some activity while we were out picking up food.
Aggression, maybe? I heard aggression, maybe. Aggression, maybe.
You got it? Okay. You got it?
Well, they went to go get something to eat? They went to get something to eat. That's funny. Damn, now they're making me hungry. Damn.
Delicious.
Yeah, y'all messed up.
Wait.
Yeah, I didn't bring me
All right,
anything
so
to eat.
This is the first time we've
Come
ever
on,
done
man.
anything like this before.
I'm hungry
We brought
now.
you pizza.
I'm not saying if you leave pizza out on the counter overnight on accident, it's kind of like a spirits letting themselves into your house. But I'm just saying we were using it as an offering to try to break the ice and communicate.
We were told maybe you'd like
Break the ice.
or something.
Or food.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, something.
So, yeah, I'll
eat a
stop the camera. We can check, see if we got anything while we eat.
Pizza. I love cheese pizza. It's one of my favorites. Is like cheese pizza. That's how you can know a true like pizzeria if their cheese pizza is banging.
While the EMF detector was going off, the Ovilus was sitting next to the camera, and we did get two words come through on the Ovilus while we were getting EMF spikes, and it said aggression and maybe.
Oh, you see, I said that.
Is whatever's here aggressive?
I heard it.
Maybe. That's kind of what I gathered from it. 3 times.
Madam Olivier, are you here with us? Give us a sign, anything.
We brought you an offering tonight. That's something kind of new that we recently started doing. To show you that we're here in peace. We're not coming to harm you in any kind of way. Can you move this planchette for us and let us know that you're here with us?
Are you upset that people use this as a hotel now, when this used to be your home?
I don't know if that means upset or not, but that was definitely
something. Are you upset that people use this as a hotel now, when this used to be your home? Madam Olivier, are you upset that this building is now used as a hotel for random people to come stay at when it used to be your home and it was built specifically for you? We're moving towards that corner over there.
She's definitely here now.
Anytime you get movement on the planchette, your stomach drops. It freaks you out on one hand, but on the other hand, you're happy because it's a direct communication.
Isn't that insane? What the? It's fucking nuts when this thing starts sliding like that. Like, complete movement. We're just like, S.
T?
Yeah, T.
Oh, it's still.
It looked like it stopped on the T, right?
It did for sure, yeah.
Is it going?
Don't let go.
As we started getting movement on the Ouija board, Pitchfork shifted just slightly.
It fucking freaked me out when that little wood pitchfork kind of slid out towards us, but we stayed disciplined. We kept our fingers on the planchette.
Is it going?
Whatever was around us was trying to distract us, to maybe break contact with the planchette.
I've taken my fingers accidentally off the planchette twice now. I'll never do that again. I know now that you have to stay in the zone, you have to stay concentrated, and no matter what's going on around you.
STA.
Now where?
Stop.
STA. What's that?
Madam, if this is you communicating with us, can you finish your statement?
STA.
Was that the thing that just moved?
Yeah, it like slipped out. I saw my peripheral.
Did you?
But it hit, there's like a carpet there that hit when, so it didn't fall all the way.
Thank God we didn't take our fingers off.
Dude, seriously.
So the only letters that we got on the Ouija board were STA. Don't really know what that means. Don't know if there's any meaning behind that. It kind of felt like we got an incomplete word or something, but we didn't get any more activity after that from the Ouija board. I don't know. Stay, maybe she was spelling, but it's just
Yeah,
stop.
it's not,
Stop. STA could mean anything, right?
Yeah.
All right, you want to end the session real quick? All right, we're leaving you now. Goodbye.
Safe.
Safe. It was this, right?
Yeah. no, is the pitchfork. Let me, it's like a wood pitchfork. Let me get my that carpet.
Yeah. So it was standing up straight, right? And it just slid down. I think maybe it was like this before or something, right?
Yeah.
And then it just slipped out. Just kind of. Yeah. But like, what are the chances of it doing that? Like, you know,
Well, I don't know.
Getting movement on the Ouija board. We've already pretty much exhausted all of our options. We've done the spirit box. We've done the Ouija board. We're gonna call it a night. We have a static cam on my bedroom. We got a static cam on his bedroom, and we have this static cam here, which we're just gonna leave running the whole night. We did have about 5 or 6 static cams set up throughout the hotel. We had 3 in the room next door, and we had 3 on the room that we were sleeping in. All right, dude. All right, Brad. Catch you in the morning. If anything, I'm right down here. I'll holler at you. Give me a shout. All right. All right.
At this point, you guys know me. I take my sleep serious. As soon as I knocked out, that was it. I slept solid throughout the night.
You never really know what's going to be on that tape until you go through every single minute, every single second, every single hour. We had them for 10 hours each. So we really had to have our team comb through it. And some of the things that they uncovered while we were sleeping are pretty terrifying.
What? Look at that in the background. Like looking. The hell was that? Wait. Like it walked away. Crazy. Empty? Ooh, something walked right there.
While I was asleep, there was a person or a figure outside of my room, and it looked like they were kind of looking in, and the shadow of whoever was outside my room, it looked like a woman's hat to me, almost like an old, like French outfit or something. It's freaky.
First thing when we wake up, we upload all our footage to the cloud for our guys to review back at home. And by the end of the day, they'd already gotten back to me with some activity that happened on my still cam in my room. And the door basically just closed, just swung closed. And like, you guys know that could be drafts of air or whatever, but nothing changed. So all night, all the ins and outs of the entire building were the same. No air draft movement. And the door just closed. 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
'Cause
So do I think the Olivier Hotel is haunted?
I do. I mean, we've been to a lot of different places. We've gotten contact through different methods.
Yes, it obviously is. You don't get movement on a Ouija board without some sort of being or entity present.
The EMF detector going off on its own while we were out getting food, a shadow apparition looking in my window while I was sleeping at night, the door in Tanner's room closing, the Ouija board moving.
It just doesn't happen. So I would say without a doubt that this is a haunted place.
I would definitely say that this is a highly active area for paranormal activity.
Oh, that's great. You know, it's haunted. I would say so. Shit, especially you have like damn shadows coming and peeping on you. That's not good. You can't have any peeping ghosts. That's not a good thing. You know, and it's a good thing that they caught it. You know, they caught it and it's documented. So that's a great thing. You know, I'm happy that we got to see it. And yeah, do you believe in ghosts? Because I do. Um, let's watch this. I was gonna end the show because it's already 11 o'clock and I'm already getting tired. But you know, today has been a very chaotic day, and I'm not gonna finish this show without watching these two news articles we gotta watch real quick. So before I go to sleep, because I just want to watch it together with you guys. Here we go. Our President Trump addressing the nation.
In a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. They'd been deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and crimes of all types. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those two members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this time of the year, when we gather at home with loved ones, these two patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital. They had taken a selfless oath to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that is exactly what they were doing when they were gunned down in a savage attack. I
Wow.
want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member of the United States military who is deployed tonight at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click
Wow.
here to
And let's watch this last one here, which was this one.
But Stephen, I want to ask you a question. Do you think, given the reduction in robberies and murders and crime in the district, how much safer and more beautiful it is now because of the Guardsmen and what happened tonight, do you think some of these mayors and governors are going to be able to resist legally and frankly morally guardsmen coming to their cities to help do the same thing?
Well, I mean, look at the situation in Chicago, where the governor, Pritzker, is fighting President Trump with everything that Pritzker has to try to keep President Trump from ending the murder epidemic in Chicago. Pritzker and Johnson are fighting on murderers, not on behalf of the citizens, fighting the National Guard, fighting against law enforcement, and fighting against federal investigators at every step of the way. Let me begin by saying, to the beginning of your question, that the president's remarks, I think, were among the most moving that I've ever heard. It was perfect for this incredibly tragic occasion, this heartbreaking, anguishing tragedy right before Thanksgiving. I think she spoke movingly and beautifully to what we've lost, but also demonstrated the tremendous resolve and determination to not only continue the mission these soldiers died for, but to expand the mission, declaring that far from being deterred, the commander-in-chief, our president, is sending 500 more troops to the city to show that no terrorism will sway us. And also having a conversation tonight with America, the conversation that we have to have with President Trump saying that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, the Democrats have inflicted on this nation the worst national security threat in our history. We've never faced a threat like this. 20 million people brought into our country from the most failed societies on earth. Afghanistan, Somalia, Iraq, brought here. No vetting, no conditions, says brought here as refugees, brought here as asylees, brought here as illegals, brought here in every way imaginable, by plane, train, bus, automobile, and by for 4 straight years. They deluged this country, and now more blood is being spilled as a result. What you heard tonight from President Trump, breaking news here tonight, is saying that his government is going to, every 20 years, 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're legal, you're out automatically. But everybody else here, whatever stat country, that we're going to send you out of this country.
Yep.
Enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot. No more empty seats are needed at the Thanksgiving table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. A brave announcement. Exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
At first, they delegitimized the National Guard, and then they dehumanized the guardsmen and guardswomen. And it should surprise no one, yet shock us and sadden us all the same what happened today. Stephen, that's also a president I know, influenced by you and others as well, is helping to lead the nation in prayer. And he's praying for those victims. He's praying for their families. He's praying for the other brave men and women in all types of uniform who wake up every morning and run toward the danger to protect our freedoms and our lives. Stephen Miller, thank you very much. God bless Katie and you and the family for Thanksgiving. Appreciate it.
Thank
Stephen
you.
Miller, White House
God
Deputy
bless
Chief of
President
Staff.
Trump. God bless America.
Yes, from the White House lawn tonight.
Hey, Sean here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube
I don't know
page
what's
and
going on
compelling
here.
analysis.
Pause this damn shit, and it's like going all crazy. I'm done with tonight. I'm done with the night. It's acting all crazy. Everything's acting crazy. The world is going crazy. Saw the fire, in Hong Kong. That's just very disturbing. This is very disturbing. Everything that's going on in the world right now. It seems very biblical. That's just the energy that I'm receiving. It just feels very biblical. The world's a very unique place, and we're living all in it together. And very, very weird times. Yeah, let me see if I can see this one. All right. Let me set this up real quick. This is ABC out of Australia. I want to see the story. I'm adding one story before I go to bed. It's just, these are very impactful stories, and especially like the fire that's going on in Hong Kong. This one right here. Let's go ahead and make this big. This is it's unprecedented. I've never seen ever in my life. First time in my life, and then having 6 buildings pretty much catch on fire, right? And then you have these 2 National Guardsmen getting pretty much ambushed in Washington, D.C., just about, 2 blocks away from the White House. It makes me not want to go to Washington, to be honest with you. Yeah, I want to go, but it's like, how safe really is Washington, D.C.? I mean, now they're going to put in another 500 guardsmen, so it will be safe, but they need to arm these soldiers. They're gonna have to give them weapons and deputize them and just get rid of this evilness. But the problem is, this guy, they're going through all his information right now. Trust me. His home, his family, all of them are being right now raided, and they're going through his, because he has a digital background, he has a digital footprint. So they're going to go through all the digital, all the digital information and try to, let me bring myself back over here and go through all his stuff and see who he's been talking to or, influenced him, and they'll break it down. That's all part of the FBI and the CIA, which you don't hear so much about the CIA anymore, right? It's like, the FBI is always in charge. I'm like, but what happened to the CIA? What happened to Homeland Security? Where those people at? You know, why it always has to be the FBI taking the lead? I mean, the FBI has been making more mistakes than ever before. I feel like I'm watching the Three Stooges sometimes when I watch the FBI, especially when Cash Patel talks. It's like I never felt like Patel always had some weird energy with him. I don't know why. It's just ever since I just something about him just brings red flags to me. I don't know. Is it because maybe he's I don't know. I just something about him. I just draws red flags to me. Is he doing a good job? Not really. Like that Charlie Kirk thing is such a mystery. It's like JFK 2.0. Like a lot of crimes that have been going on, like that cruise ship crime where they had the 18-year-old girl that got choked to death and was found underneath the bed with blankets and life jackets. The FBI is in charge of that now. I wonder how that's gonna go. It's like something's like wrong with this country, right? Because there's no accountability. There's no fear of the law. There's lawlessness going on, especially in Chicago with all these protesters that all of a sudden just show up for a guy that has a warrant for his arrest that they're taking in. Like, I don't understand, So it is what it is. These people are just, I don't know what program that hypnotized them, but they are hypnotized. A lot of the Democrats are hypnotized. And the fact that the whole country is hypnotized because no one does anything about it. Everything's like, okay, well, I got to worry about my shit. So I don't got time to worry about what's going on in the United States or anything like that. And they infiltrated us. We have been infiltrated. And the fact that we have to weed them all out now puts the country in danger. Because these are like suicide bomber type of shit. These motherfuckers are not scared of dying. They are here on a mission. And there's sleeper cells that are here. I know this. I feel the energy. Like they're here. But I can scream on top of the mountain and no one will hear. That's how it's always been on here. But it's okay. I've been told this before. And I know. But it's only going to get worse. Sorry, they're here. Like Candace Owens, she's in hiding. She's gone now from like her life has been threatened and by the French and by the Macrons. The chick with the dick. Like they're threatening Candace's life. And I'm pretty sure she's now under like a witness protection, like she's under like a under protection and so forth. So, and the thing is that she brings the facts. She brings receipts. It's not like she talks out of her ass. She comes with receipts, and that's the only thing that I could truly respect about her. The only thing I just don't like is her attitude sometimes. That's the only thing that gets on my nerves. Because when she's in a bitchy mood, I just don't want to listen to her. You know what I mean? It's like I just don't want to hear the bitch like, and I just no, thank you. I can't. I gotta protect my sanity. But she's been on point. She does her homework. She has connections and she has her sources and she's been alerted and it's credible. It is very credible. So, she's now gone under and when she comes out, we'll know. We'll find out when her next episode comes up. And I hope she has a great Thanksgiving. I hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving. You know, we're about 42 minutes away from Thanksgiving here on the East Coast of the United States, because this is a United States thing. It's a holiday for us, and we have a lot to be thankful for. And one I got to say is our lives, because we're alive now, and to experience everything that we're experiencing together. And I'm very grateful for that, you know, and to be alive and to be, you know, here on this earth during this time and witnessing everything that I'm witnessing. That's very special to me. And, you know, hope for more days of life, you know, many, many days, many months, many years. Trainer Truth is here. See, this train has not, it has not as a strong horn. This is one train that comes through and it's loud. Like, holy shit, you got a new horn. Because it's so loud. But, you know, we're living in very unique times. I feel like pulling out a card for us. Let's do that. I'm not turning on the camera. I don't even have the camera connected here. I'm not doing that. Not. I can jump on and show the card, but oh my god, I'm tired. I'm gonna get off of here. Get ready for bed. Every time I come on the show, I always like shower before I start the show because I like to be fresh during the show. Secret sharing secrets. Yeah, I like to be fresh for every show. It's just like taking away that energy from the day and then coming in with neutral, fresh energy. Especially when you shower, it's kind of like a baptism every single time you take a shower. And then you put it to the temperature that you like. Because we all have our favorite temperature that we like to shower in during these times of the year. For me, is very warm. Not hot to like holy shit, but I like it really warm, like really, really warm. So that way my back, like I could like really take that heat on my back and makes it my back feel better. Sometimes I stand there for like 5 minutes just straight just to get the heat on my back and to like loosen up my lower back and my neck, especially my neck. Oh my god, it's so awesome. But it helps. It helps. I'm here shuffling the cards, so bear with me. Nope. I should put the second camera, but let me see. Let me not be lazy. Let me just do it. Let me not be lazy. I'm lazy. I'm just tired. That's all. Not lazy. It's just really like fucking tired. I had a long day, and I saw the chiropractor today, and he was kind of easy on me. He didn't go all out. He did stretch my hamstrings, and that was yeah, really stretched them out. I'm like, oh my god, my legs. Okay. Oh, 11:22. Yay, 11:22. Good number. It's magical. All right, let me see. If I got this okay, give me 1 second. Let's see if this works. All right, give me one. Let's see. You know what? Before we do that, let's check out this report before I do the reading for us. There's another train of truth. A lot of trains coming by here. After this, we'll do the reading.
Can you describe the scene? What's around you right now?
This entire road behind me is full of dozens and dozens of fire trucks. And the moment I got here, the first thing I noticed is the smell. The smoke is just extremely putrid. And when the wind blows, I can feel the sting in my eye. And you can see behind me that the building is still billowing with smoke. We're about 16 over hours now from the start of the fire. Yesterday, 3 p.m., it broke out. It was a level 3 fire at the time. And within hours, by 6:30 p.m., it became a level 5 fire. That is the highest severity in Hong Kong, and this is essentially the worst fire that Hong Kong has experienced since 1996. The death toll now standing at 44, hundreds more missing. The authorities said that 72 more people are missing, and the previous number was 270, so a total of about 300 over people. Complex that is 40 over years old. It is undergoing heavy renovation, so it's surrounded by bamboo scaffolding, which normally the fire wouldn't spread so fast if the materials are compliant with
these 8 towers.
Yeah, there are about 2,000 units in these 8 towers, housing about 4,000 people. 6 of the blocks are affected. And of course, the main priority for the government now is to figure out what to do for the displaced. Where are they going to sleep? And the authorities have opened up community centers nearby. They're going to keep them open overnight so people could sleep over. They have also identified about 1,400 empty housing units across Hong Kong that have sent his condolences over the deaths, had called for an all-out rescue effort. The chief executive, John Lee, also paid tribute to a firefighter, just 37 years old. He's been a firefighter for 9 years, and he died in the rescue efforts as well.
It's been an extraordinary response as well, given that it was a level 5 fire. 800 firefighters have responded, is that right?
That's right, more than 800 firefighters. And as you said, an incredible response because it's been raging on for 16 hours. And that was one of the reasons, you know, some of the people that we spoke to are saying that they are a little bit disappointed. They feel that maybe the government, the fire authorities have failed them. Why did it take them so long to put out the fire? And the police department and the fire authorities, they held a press conference earlier, and they did say among the challenges was because there were all these scaffoldings and the debris were falling down, and it makes it very dangerous for the firefighters in the front lines. And also the temperature was so high, it made it very challenging for the firefighters to enter the building. And that's why it took a long time. It could possibly take a full day, could take until the end of today for the fire to fully die down.
Min Min, is there any suggestion that there are any residents still trapped? Is there any sort of mission going on to help those people out? Or is this now getting the fire out and a recovery mission?
Well, I think there are still, by some estimates, about hundreds of people still missing. So, and over here you can see it's actually pretty calm right now because the roads around this area has been closed off. So most people, overnight there were a lot of people standing around, but now it's mainly just the news crew that are here. And the authorities are trying to put out the fire. I think they are trying to identify the missing people because the local legislative councillors were saying they're getting so many messages from family members asking for help to identify their loved ones that they lost contact with. So I think they're still figuring out where the hundreds of people that are still unaccounted for. And yes, the rescue efforts, the firefighting efforts still ongoing.
Min Min Lo, Bloomberg reporter, joining us there live from the scene in Hong Kong. What is an utterly tragic situation. Thank you very much.
Very crazy, very tragic, very sad. That's gonna be a lot of people dead there. Oh, that's just not good at all. Just not good. It's just, so you can see, like here, you can see all the buildings. This is Australian, so I think Australians usually show a lot. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. The fire.
A high-rise apartment complex in Hong Kong is burning down. Already 36 people have been confirmed dead. Hundreds are still missing. Well, let's go to journalist Ryan Chang, who's in Hong Kong. What is the latest? You're near the scene?
I am a couple hundred meters away from the scene of the inferno, and this is about as far as I can get. However, you can see embers are still burning in the background. Most of the fire has been largely put out, and there's been several instances of bamboo scaffolding still crashing at this hour, which is about 4:30 in the morning, and about more than 13 hours since the fire had first started. The figure is still around 280s, and just last year, the renovation works started with bamboo scaffolding outside the outer walls of this building, and in Hong Kong, bamboo scaffolding has been a traditional way that people use to renovate buildings. However, the government has begun phasing them out starting in March due to safety concerns. And so for this, in this area, One Foot Court, there are 8 blocks in total, and fire has spread to several. Now, as we can see, there's at least 4 of them still have embers burning. However, the latest is that the fire department has said that they've been able to reach most floors of buildings and also been able to stabilize the situation as of now. Details are still scant on how the fire had started. However, the security chief, Chris Tang, here had said earlier in a press briefing that authorities had found some use of styrofoam to seal up windows, and that authorities have found those to be suspicious. And now, whether or not that's in connection to the arrests that have been made recently is unclear at this point. However, what is clear is that the fire had spread in the afternoon and into the night very quickly through the green coverings of the scaffolding and through the bamboo scaffolding itself. The air is just very thick with smoke and ash, and there's also huge pieces of ash just falling down. And as well, we have, the really tall jets of water being sprayed onto the side of the building still as of now. However, as of right now, standing where I am, a couple hundred meters away, we can still see some embers and some large tongues of flames that are still jumping out of windows. And however, we can see that also there's 3 blocks which are largely the fire has subsided. There have been 900 people that have been taken to community halls, according to authorities. And on social media as well, there have been calls for people to donate supplies and come donate them to these community halls and make sure that people there are well fed, and also they've got places to sleep. And we can see out here that much of the road in front of me has been blocked, and so I'm unable to really go forward closer to be able to check that situation as of now.
At about 2:51, we received a report stating that there was a fire at Wang Chang House, and after 5 minutes, we arrived at scene. We also found that the fire was spreading to nearby buildings and spreading inside the buildings. So we immediately carried out our firefighting and rescue operation. Because the temperature in the fire scene is very high, so we decided to upgrade the fire to number 5 alarm fire so that we can have more resources to deal with the situation. Besides, the temperature inside the buildings concerned are very high. So it's quite difficult for us to enter the building and go upstairs to conduct firefighting and rescue operation.
The Fire Services Department so far handled 28 casualties. And among the 28 casualties, 9 were certified dead at scene, and 6 of them are found serious and conveyed to the hospital. And at the hospital, they are later on certified dead. 4 of them are certified dead.
During this incident, the police force had deployed around 400 police officers, which including the emergency unit, Taipo district, traffic officers, and also the PTU.
Well, it's their worst nightmare because even though you have a fireproof building, you are not a smoke-proof building. So all of that smoke from the bamboo scaffolding, which is, I'm really surprised that they're still using it. I think that they're in the process of getting rid of it or not allowing it anymore. From what I've read, that it's been banned, but it's still, I guess, not fully gotten rid of because it is a nightmare. It's just no way it should be using that kind of scaffolding in areas where there's so many people. Because as the scaffolding is burning, it's falling down. It's an open window at all. All that smoke is getting in, and it brings in the possibility of putting that apartment on fire. The firefighters can't use the elevators because of all the danger of getting in, in an elevator. You don't know what's going to happen. As we had on September 11, you could not use elevators because of fuel. All those apartments, you got 32-story buildings. I don't know how many apartments are on each floor. They don't assume that somebody has evacuated. They make every effort they can to get in every apartment. If someone is in there, great. Then they can at least open a door for them and tell them stay in place, or just make sure your windows are closed. You are not in any danger. But if it's not, then they have to force doors. So it's just it's the worst nightmare firefighters can have because you don't expect this type of problem in a fireproof building. This is not in the middle of Hong Kong, I'm told. It's 20 miles away, so they probably don't have the resources that Hong Kong has, but they're waiting for people to come from all around, every area around. Even if you have a great fire department, you can't handle this because it's too much at once. So you keep in a cascading kind of operation. You bring your firefighters closer and closer and closer from further areas that are further away. And the water is an issue. I don't know what kind of water supply they have there, but it's difficult to get that much water. Like you said, 8 different buildings. So it's all spread out. They're not able to use the standpipe systems in those buildings, I would think, because they don't have enough supply outside. So, like I said, it's a nightmare for those poor guys. There's probably not a tremendous amount of fire in those buildings themselves. I would imagine it's isolated. It looks much worse than it is as far as the fire because it's all the scaffolding burning. But inside the buildings, it's only in an individual apartment. It's not going from apartment to apartment because they are fireproof buildings. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a tremendous amount of smoke. They can't see anything. Tremendous amount of heat that's coming in from many different directions. So it just makes it harder and harder. And like I said, they will not assume that someone has been safely evacuated. They want to get into every one of those apartments and make sure that the people are gone.
That's wild. I hope everything turns out okay over there because that's very concerning. As I was watching these cards popped out. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Give me 1 second. Let me do this trick here. There we go. There we go. So I got the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the Chariot in reverse, the Death in reverse, and the Page of Swords in reverse. Everything came out reverse. A lot of blocking from things happening. Right now, we're in very tense times. Chain of Truth is here. We're in very, very tough, like very strenuous times, and it's only gonna get weirder as we're coming towards New Year's, and I think it's gonna be 2026 is gonna be really rough. So, like for Thanksgiving, for tomorrow, just be careful out there. If you're gonna do any Black Friday shopping, I suggest doing it online. But if you need to go to the stores and want to check it out, I may want to go to a store, check out the televisions, because that's something that I'm interested. So I might end up going to Best Buy to see what they have. I was thinking like Walmart stuff, but I'm like, I'd rather think I'd go to Best Buy and then have them professionally install it the way I want it. But don't worry, but things are just a little bit wacky, but not to worry, it's just not something for us to like. We gotta stay focused, and I think we'll be okay in the long run. And then we pull out the 3 animal spirit cards here. I believe they're 3. Yes, it's 3. So the first one, we got the eagle spirit. Spirit has your back. You can see over here. And wow, out of all the things that happened today here in America, we pull out the eagle spirit. And the spirit has your back. What a beautiful card. And our second card is the grasshopper spirit. Take a leap of faith. Take a leap of faith with the grasshopper spirit. What a beautiful card. Okay. And then the last, and let's see what it is. The hummingbird spirit. Be here now. Wow. What a beautiful card. I've never pulled this card out before. This is the first time ever I've pulled this card. Be here now. Be in the present. Be here now. Wow. And it's like a story here, Oh, actually, there's 4 cards. Holy shit. There's a 4th card. I didn't even notice. Look, that's why I was checking. Because I was going like this, checking to see if they stick. Because sometimes they stick. And the eagle spirit has another card. Like, look. There's another card behind the eagle spirit. He was hiding another card. And it's the armadillo spirit. Set healthy boundaries. The armadillo spirit. And it's the number 3. My favorite number too. One of my favorite numbers. That's the armadillo spirit. Set healthy boundaries. Wow. The hummingbird spirit. Be here now. The grasshopper spirit. Take a leap of faith. And the eagle spirit. Spirit has your back. And that's your reading for Thanksgiving. I hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving. I mean, I'm going to a friend's house for Thanksgiving. She cooks very, very good. I love the way she cooks. And she took my advice this year and making the turkey in the smoker. She has a smoker. And she's going to go ahead and cook the turkey tomorrow in the smoker. So I'm so amazed that they all came reversed too. Like the whole layout came out reversed. That's so freaking cool. And the same way it came out is the same way it goes in, but I put them all throughout the deck. I don't leave them in the same section. I move them different to blend them all in, and then I shuffle them really good. But my friend, she knows she cooks so good. She so amazing. And it's not like like greasy or anything like that. It's really just delicious food. Okay, let me come back to me. Let me switch this around. Dun, 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 dun. Yay! Hey, I'm learning how to do this a little bit more and more. But my friend, she cooks really, really good, and I always look forward to her cooking and what she puts together. I know she's gonna do like this. It's Spanish food, you know, it's Puerto Rican food, so it's like arroz con gandule, which is rice with pigeon peas in it, and I'll probably take pictures and I'll put it in my Discord so you guys can see. You're like, damn, Rick, that fucking looks delicious. I'm like, yep. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. But I'm looking forward to it. That's like one of my favorite. Like, and she says she's making a ham also, and I'm like, ooh, I love ham. I really do. And she says she's gonna make a ham, so I'm like, oh, that's gonna be just amazing. I always take her a candle for like all these like cookouts and for Thanksgiving. I already have her candle. I always take her a Yankee candle. And she turns it on every time I go. She's like, "Oh my god, dude, I love it!" And she turns it on, and I got her for this year. I got her a seasonal one for the Christmas season. So I'm looking forward to giving it to her and for her to lighting it up. And I know the food. By the time I get there, the food is gonna be ready, which is like amazing because I'm gonna be there like around like 1 o'clock is I'm gonna leave here. It takes about a good like 35 minutes to get to her place. So I'm probably leave like around 12:10 and head out. I gotta stop by and bring her a bottle of wine because she likes a certain bottle of wine, and I like to get her that bottle of wine. I always do. So I never go empty handed. I always bring her something. I always bring. I'm a very good like visitor because I bring gifts when I come over, and I bring her her little gifts, and she loves it, especially the wine. She's like, "Oh my god, Rick, I love it." And I don't drink. You know, I only drink water or ginger ale, and that's it. Like tomorrow, I'll bring my own ginger ale because I know I'm pretty sure she doesn't have. So I'll end up bringing my own little canned ginger ale and have a great meal. Have an early meal. I'm definitely gonna be having leftovers and bringing over leftovers, and it should be a lot of fun tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the football games also for tomorrow. Pretty good games. I guess it was like Green Bay Packers versus Detroit Lions. Then you have the Chiefs versus the Cowboys, which is a game that I really want to look at. That one's at 4:30. I think that's probably going to be the game of the day. And then you have the evening game, which is the Bengals. Who are they playing? I think it's Baltimore. Is it Baltimore? Let me see. I believe it's Baltimore. But I'll let you know. Let's see the games. Yep. So it's the Bengals versus the Baltimore Ravens. And Joe Burrow is back. He's been activated to play and start this game versus the Ravens. So the quarterback for the Bengals is back, and he's going to be playing against the Ravens. So I believe that game is going to be pretty good. So I'll be watching it. That's going to be tomorrow night at 8:20. The Chiefs and Cowboys is at 4:30, and the Green Bay Packers and Lions is at 1 p.m. All the games are really good, except the Bengals Ravens. But now Joe Burrow's back, so maybe it's going to be a lot more better than how they've been performing. But you know, it is what it is. I think it's going to be a great Thanksgiving. Be careful out there driving. Be careful. Don't drink and drive. It's very dangerous. You don't want a DUI. You don't want to put yourself in a predicament that you can't, recover from. Treat your life very precious, and remember you only have one life to live, and live it to the best of your capabilities. But just don't make stupid mistakes like people do every day, and they end up killing someone because of it. So with that said, have a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you so much for watching. I really truly appreciate it. And listen, have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch you all on the flip side. And enjoy that turkey. Enjoy a second helping of whatever you like. It's all up to you. Enjoy, and good night.